O Show. This is the Big 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 O Show. This is...
So here we are. I wanted to show you the backyard again because we had some trouble last time, but you know, cuttersedgepro.com does some amazing stuff, and there are the boys and the girl. They're having fun. There we go. Right, Maiden? Right, Bono? There we go. They're having fun. I'm having fun. Look at our Sylvester palm. It is beautiful. We got another one in the front yard like that. You can take your home and landscaping to the next level. And the artificial turf, look at that. Look at that. The two dinosaurs going at it, huh? Look at that. Gotta love the dinosaurs. Look at them. They like to bite each other's legs. That's what they do. They play with each other and then they bite each other and they piss each other off. It's fun. One is Bono, which is the one farther away from you, and Maiden. She's the girl right here. She's a badass. That's for sure. So anyway, see the flowers are coming out. Very nice. cuttersedgepro.com, folks. This big tree there will start budding that I'm showing you there soon. It'll have all kinds of flowers. I'll post another video and I'll show it to you. This is a backyard where everybody gets to hang out. Over there in the corner there, I put the barbecue and cook. So that way it's the farthest away from the house, you know. If I light myself on fire or somebody else, we're out in the corner away from everybody. There you go. So you can get some flowers coming out, which is a beautiful thing. And I swear by this artificial turf, it always looks phenomenal. I don't have to cut it. I don't have to water it. And so I'm saving a lot of money, hundreds and thousands in the long run, because I'm not watering or, of course, cutting the grass. And you know, here in South Florida, we cut the grass like every 10 to 14 days.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Radio Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated. They offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com.
There's no need to drive around South Florida wasting valuable time looking for a new or certified pre-owned Acura. Go to the #1 volume sales dealership in the Southeast United States. Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. Purchase with pace and space in a dealership tailored to your needs. From home buying to providing that personal touch. Contact the 2020 Satisfaction Award winner Craig Zinn's Acura of Pembroke Pines. 888-776-5123. That's 888-776-5123. Or visit them at 15601 Pines Boulevard in Pembroke Pines.
For over 16 years, ejdconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why ejdconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for ejdconstruction.com.
Welcome to Caneswear. New store, new items, same great experience. Family owned and operated since 2010, Caneswear has the latest merchandise from the Miami Hurricanes, Miami Dolphins, Florida Panthers, Inter Miami CF, and more. Come visit us at our store in Davie on University Drive, just south of 595, or online at caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot Miami fans shop.
I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Slomin Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Slomin Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Slomin Shield.
Welton Rayon has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayon, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayon can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayon can help. Call 954-966-4646. Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Oh, Lord, I wish we were meeting on better circumstances, but we're not, unfortunately. It is a Tuesday, October 3rd, 2023, and we got a lot of things to talk about. We got a lot of things to talk about when it comes to the Miami Dolphins. We got some stuff to talk about with the Miami Heat. We got some stuff to talk about with Inter Miami. Smoke and mirrors, lies, deception, deceiving, all kinds of different adjectives I can use to describe some of the shit, fraudulent, that is going on in South Florida with all different sports teams, sports front offices. Boy, we got a lot of deep shit to get into today. The kind of stuff you're not going to hear anywhere else. because they can't go to those places. We're going to be able to go to those places because we always go to those places every single time. So I got so much I got to get off my, my head here. I rewatched the game yesterday because when you're in a sports bar, I've told you guys this many, many times. When you're in a sports bar, you don't really get to see the whole game the way you want and all that. And so I was able to kind of break it all down and recovering yesterday because we got home. I think Sean and I, we arrived closer to 8 o'clock in the morning because our red eye took off instead of at 11:45 at night. I think it was 12:27, I believe, was our takeoff. And so obviously we got here, early in the morning, and then I wasn't going to do a show. I mean, I'm sure my bags are still, they're always prominent. I always have, Benicio del Toro bags. But anyway, so there was no way I was going to do a show. I just rested some yesterday, and then went to sleep early yesterday, and had to recharge. I'm a human being, but we're back, and so yesterday one of the things that I did do was I went over the game, and I went over the game film and the blocking and the defense and everything to kind of break it all down and see how bad it was. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the one thing that has not changed, and a lot of you were on this bandwagon. I tried to, I don't want to be on that bandwagon because I'm trying to turn the page, and I'm trying to hope that they are, headed in the right direction and those kind of things. And I was foolish. I was a big dummy. I thought that they were ready to turn the corner. I really did. I thought they were ready to be men. They were ready to become like badass dogs in this league. And unfortunately, I hate to say this, but right now Mike McDaniel's team is the same frauds they've been for 20 years. The same frauds that Jimmy Johnson developed, the same frauds that Dave Wannstedt developed, the same frauds that Adam Gase developed, the same frauds that, rest in peace, Tony Sperano developed, the same frauds that Brian Flores developed. Years ago, I had some fun while we were in the middle of all this bullshit with the Dolphins, and I did a little thing called Stuck in the Middle. I can't do it again because YouTube tags us for everything. So I can't play any music, and it's hard for me to play a lot of videos from, pro team, NFL teams and stuff like that, because they watch our channel like a hawk, okay? It's when you're a media member, it's completely different, dude. I don't know. They just put some shit on you, and they're tagging you constantly. So, but I had some fun. Steeler Wheels is a band, and they have a song called, Stuck in the Middle. And that my theme for the Dolphins was that they're always stuck in the middle. They're usually better than the real terrible teams in the NFL, and they're never good enough to beat the playoff teams in the NFL. And that's where Mike McDaniel is. That's where he is. That's what this team has been for years and decades now, that on their best years, they barely sneak into the playoffs, and then they get spanked and sent home. Whether you're Dave Wannstedt, whether you're Jimmy Johnson, I get it. One of them won one. I don't give a shit about that. But more often than not, you're Adam Gase, you're whatever. You're going to appear in the playoffs like last year, and then you lose. You know what I mean? Although last year, at least you didn't get your ass kicked. You kind of hung in there. But, you're a fraud. And that's what the Dolphins are. They're frauds until further notice. So for now, Mike McDaniel is coaching the same frauds everyone else has coached. That's all. It's pretty simple. There's no other way to break it down. When you go to Buffalo and get spanked 38-20,
I'm sorry. You don't belong there. You don't belong anywhere near Buffalo. You don't belong in any conversation that you're some kind of leader. And that's kind of what it is. Unfortunately, I hate to say it, but those of us that thought they were ready to take the next step, we're dead wrong. We're dead wrong. They're the same frauds they've always been. Mike McDaniel has failed so far to cross that threshold and make them a real team. They're frauds. That's what you are. Unfortunately, Christian Wilkins, you're a fraud. That's it. Bradley Chubb, you're a fraud. Everybody is a fraud on this team. Tua, McDaniel, Tyreek, Achan, everybody's fraudulent. And even though Achan and AVG are the only ones that really deserve a little love in that game, okay, Achan did really good, and AVG were awesome. But you're all frauds, because even in games that are, in years past, one or two people would perform well, and the rest of the team, you're just a bunch of frauds. You're all frauds. It doesn't mean that I don't think Teron Armstead's a hell of a player. It doesn't mean that I don't think Tua is one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. Of course I do. I think X is still a hell of a corner. But you're all frauds. You get that label as a team. You're a fraud. You cannot win big games. And that's the problem. Beating the Chargers is not a big game. Look, the way I look at it, I was looking at the league. San Fran, Philly, KC, and Buffalo. That's one level. That's the one level that's level one in the NFL. Level two, Miami, Baltimore, Dallas, the Chargers, the Lions, Seattle. Level three is even worse. But level two, listen to level two, Baltimore wannabes with their little gimmick quarterback that can't make any passes. He's inaccurate half the time. If he isn't using his legs, Lamar Jackson is useless pretty much. Oh, he's a phenomenal running back, yes, but he's a mediocre quarterback. So their Baltimore Ravens are wannabes. They sneak into the playoffs and they get spanked and sent home. Miami wannabes. They sneak into the playoffs, spanked, and sent home. Dallas, they rarely ever make the playoffs, and if they make the playoffs, they'll choke and get spanked and sent home. Herbert is nothing but a softy. Jeff George, spanked and sent home. Lions are still a bunch of wannabes. Seattle, at least are kind of fighting, but they're still wannabes. It's basically what it is. But the teams with cojones in this league is San Francisco, it's Philadelphia, it's Kansas City, it's Buffalo. Those are the only four teams in this league that have cojones, that are tough, that step up in big moments, that do not get pushed around. They do the pushing. That's the difference. And that's what you got. That's what this league is all about. So Mike McDaniel, still early in his career. He's in his second year. But he's got to do what Jimmy Johnson couldn't do because they were frauds. Dan Marino, along with everybody on that team. Nothing against Marino. Nothing against Sam Madison and Pat Surtain and Zach Thomas and Jason Taylor and Tim Bowens. But they're all frauds. They're all frauds. All those teams under Jimmy Johnson, fraudulent. All those teams under Dave Wannstedt, fraudulent. Forget about the individual names. The teams itself, a bunch of fucking frauds. So that is the threshold that all of these coaches, Joe Philbin, Cam Cameron, Tony Sparano, Brian Flores, Jimmy Johnson, Dave Wannstedt, and now Mike McDaniel have to break through. Stop being a fraud. Stop teasing people. However it is, with Ricky Williams, with a great defense and Jason Taylor and Zach Thomas, with a Lamar Smith year, with a stupid Wildcat year, with whatever that Jay Ajayi year, Stop being frauds. You tease your fan base like you're about ready to take that next step, and you're never ready to take that next step. So you got to stop being a bunch of frauds. You got to stop lying to the public. You got to stop lying to yourselves. That's the other thing. It doesn't help when you lie to yourself. Whew. All right, Baptist Health of South Florida, folks, of course, is the official sports medicine provider for the Miami Heat, Miami Dolphins, Florida Panthers, Inter Miami CF, FIU, FAU, Orange Bowl, Miami-Dade County Public Schools, Miami Open Tennis, and Miami Marathon. And don't forget, folks, we've got hospitals everywhere. I should know. I have visited these hospitals. Thank the Lord I haven't visited yet for an injury. I'm sure as I get older, I'll start breaking down somehow. But I've broken down in other ways, like my heart, and I needed 5, stents in my heart. My wife broke her jaw. My daughter broke her finger. I mean, there's so many reasons and ways we've been a Baptist Health, whether, by the way, the main hospital in, the original on 89th and Kendall, but they've got one in Doral for our Boca Raton friends. They've got 2 in Boynton Beach, east and west, by the way. Got the Miami Cancer Center on top of all of that, folks. So we've got hospitals all throughout South Florida that you can visit them, like the Alzagari family has. Like, hey, quick, your water broke. Let's go to Baptist Health. So our daughter's born. Use that QR code, folks, because if you've got some kind of injury you're trying to bounce back from, visit our friends at baptisthealth.net/ortho. I guarantee you they will take care of you like they've taken care of the Alzagari family for many, many years now. And thanks to the folks there at Baptist Health. By the way, they knew that I needed so much help that they got the West Kendall place at 95th and 162nd. So they knew that we were going to need a lot of help to build something close to me, which is a beautiful thing. Anyway, Bills lost to Zach Wilson. That's no big deal. But they win the tough games. And they get to the playoffs constantly. They haven't gotten to a Super Bowl, but they accomplish a lot more than the Dolphins. Listen, the Bills lost to the Jets thing is pathetic on your part. Okay? Let me tell you what's pathetic from a Dolphins fan. Okay? That your satisfaction because you lost, because now the Jets and the Patriots lost this week, it makes you feel better. That's loser talk, bro. And the fact that the Bills lost to the Jets, okay, that if that makes you feel any better as a Dolphins fan, you're a loser, bro. Okay? You're a loser. Worry about your team. Laugh at the others. If you want to laugh at Bill Belichick, I laugh at Bill Belichick all the time now. But his loss doesn't make me feel better about the Dolphins. And if any of you use losses from other teams to try to justify or make yourself feel better, you know what? I hate to do this politics stuff, but I got to do it. It's like these Biden and Trump idiots, right? The idiot that defends Biden or Trump tries to defend them by blaming and using the other's mistakes to justify their mistakes. It's the same shit. They're both trash. Same shit. Any of you defending either one of them, you have no idea what you're talking about. You sound stupid. You look stupid. Same thing. If you're a Dolphins fan and you're trying to feel better like that guy, well, the Bills lost to the Jets. Oh, that makes me feel so much better. Really? Does it make you feel better that Buffalo kicks your freaking ass all the time? That you've lost 12 out of 14 to them? It's loser talk, bro. This is the problem with losing for decades. It creates loser mentality in your fans like that. That's a loser mentality. And I get this shit all the time. Well, at least the Patriots lost. I feel better about that. Really? Why? Your team still can't get over Buffalo. Why would you care about the Jets or the Patriots? You should take care of them alone on your own as the team with the Dolphins. That's it. But if you've got problems and their problems make you feel better, so your neighbor is struggling and you're struggling, so it makes you feel better because your neighbor's struggling? Is that what it is? Oh, well, hey, at least our neighbors are struggling. They can't pay the bills. Neither can we. I feel better. Is that how it goes? Because that's the same person right there. That I feel like that. I feel like that's the same exact person right there. The person, well, they struggle too. Oh, okay, I feel better. Why would you feel better, bro? Why would you want somebody else to struggle? Why would you even care about like enjoying their struggles to compare it to yours? It's ridiculous. It just is. You want to know what's ridiculous? Bring me up the Mike McDaniel cut, okay? I like Mike McDaniel a lot, okay? But I want to, let's explain something about what Mike McDaniel's weak-ass reasoning with this loss. And this is what frauds do. Okay? Frauds attack it like this. Okay? And I don't like this. This part here about Mike McDaniel, I don't like this. I'm not a fan of this shit at all. Not a fan at all of this. This child psychology bullshit that he's trying to pull, I don't fall for that. And if any of the players fall for this shit, then they're gonna stay frauds forever. They will be frauds under this coaching staff. If you're believing this load of shit that Mike McDaniel put on the media yesterday in his press conference, pull it up there, Sean. Let me hear from Mike McDaniel. And let's play this soundbite because he tries to spin the loss and the record and where they're at this moment. And this is where it's a bunch of crap. Sean, if you can, pull up that soundbite and play it for us.
Well, my foremost concern is that what I know to be fact, regardless, we are 3-1, and 2 of those wins came with, bottom line, the defense was on the field to win the game, so to speak, both in the Chargers and New England. So, like every season, first and foremost, I know nothing matters during the course of the season if you're not progressing and getting better. And my concern would be if what happened to us on this previous game, we didn't absolutely get better from. Because I know the journey is long, and at the end of it, for the season to be worth anything, you have to be in big games and be at your best, and those things that happened on Sunday can't happen. So I have the utmost faith in the defensive coaching staff and our players, and I'm very candid and let them know that my expectation is that we aren't that team that continually does the same thing, makes the same mistakes. And then, I really, really want to see guys, come together in their journey and understand that not one player has to make a play on each play. I think there's some of that too, where guys have a high standard. They can feel during the game that it's not living up to their standard. So, all right, well, I'm going to go get I'm going to go strip the ball from this ball carrier, and then not get the ball carrier down. And that leak for 7 more yards. Things of that nature of guys just trying to make a play. They need to, the entire locker room, they need to really come together as a group, and we need to, as a defense, play better team defense. And that's the great thing about this game. There's nowhere to hide. So, it is what it is, and That doesn't bother me. You get beat 48-20. You should you should know coming into the building that things have to get corrected, and that's not to our standard. So I think we're on that process. I think the meetings have been good today, and we'll see what that brings forth on Wednesday.
Say you're still 3-1, and that you got a chance this week, and bouncing back and all this shit. Like I saw some guy now just put on the chat board. I glanced, and I'll take 3-1 any time. Oh, here we go. Red Skelton. We'll be 4-1 this weekend. Who gives a shit? Who gives a shit, Red? Who gives a shit if you beat the Giants and the Carolina Panthers? You're supposed to beat them. That doesn't convince me shit, dude. See, you're a fraudulent fan also, Red, by the way. Any fan that is getting excited about beating the Giants in Carolina, you're a fraud too. This is why they've trained you to be frauds for over 25 years now. Because you're falling for the banana in the tailpipe. The idea was to win this past week, to really prove that you're a real team and not the same frauds you've been for 25 years. You're supposed to beat the Giants, dude. You're supposed to beat Carolina. And you'll see me in those post-game shows with a ho-hum attitude about it. Beat Philadelphia. Beat the Bills consistently like they beat you. Then I can get excited. I can't get excited by beating Carolina or beating the New York Giants. You talk about ultimate frauds. The Giants are the ultimate frauds in the NFL. My God, they gave Daniel Jones a contract that you need to fire everybody in the Miami Dolphins if they did the same thing. I'm a Chris Greer guy, okay? I would not be a Chris Greer guy. I would say, yo, you need to go, dude. You need to go if you sign Daniel Jones to that contract. So, we'll be 4-1 this weekend, and then we'll be 5-1, and everything's just fine. No, it's not. It's the same middling team you've been for 25 years. It's the same bullshit that Jimmy Johnson sold you about being special. And he sold the same bullshit in his sound bites yesterday. Well, we're still 3-1. Wrong, dude. You're a fraud. The one that you lost is the one that counts. The other one is window dressing. And by the way, of repeating your mistakes, your defense sucked yesterday like it sucked against the Chargers. And by some miracle, you made a play at the end of the game because you're facing a choking quarterback in Justin Herbert. That's why. But the Bills have your number. They own your ass. So, and you were not competitive in that game. After 14-14, the game was over. That's what I'm trying to get at for some of you out there. Stop falling for the bullshit. The real test that we were hoping for this year is that you're actually a real team that can compete against the elite. That's the only way you're going to get deep into the playoffs and win a Super Bowl. The way you played against Buffalo, it's the same shit that happened to Jimmy Johnson and to Dave Wannstedt and to everybody else that has followed. Stop selling me bullshit. That's all. Don't give me this crap and, we're still 3-1, like the coach said yesterday. And, we've got 2 games against conference, this, that. You won against nothing. Nothing. Beating New England ain't shit, dude. You've won 5 in a row on New England. That's what I'm talking about. That's what you're supposed to do to the Bills. Go 4-1. Show me that you can dominate the Bills. Show me that you can win more than you lose against the Bills. Don't show me that you can win 1 out of every 8 or 9 times you play. That's not that doesn't bring anything to the table. Fluke wins mean nothing. So this week, the win is window dressing. You're supposed to win. That's like, oh, hey, oh, Dad, you mean you paid your bills? Great. You paid the mortgage in the house? You provided food for your family? Oh, okay, let's give you a medal. No, dude. No. That's what you're supposed to do as a father. You're supposed to provide. You're supposed to protect. That's what I'm not supposed to congratulate you for doing your job. I'm not congratulating you for beating the Carolina Panthers or the New York Giants. That's not impressive. So I'd rather have a pissed off McDaniel and saying, this record doesn't mean shit to me until we start winning the big games. And then the child psychology bullshit that he pulls in the locker room on the players and then in the public about, well, the defense did this at the end of the game and got the stop they need. The defense sucked ass the entire game against the Chargers. At least they did something at the end. That's how I look at it. Okay? Vic Fangio was dog shit the entire game. And somehow someone bailed his sorry ass out at the end. That's how I look at it. And this past week, Vic Fangio sucked an even bigger ass and did not get bailed out. You play defense against what? The Patriots? A team that has no quarterback? Oh, congratulations. It's nice, positive, psychological bullshit from Mike McDaniel, but it's horseshit. Just want you to know, Mike McDaniel, horseshit. You know what horseshit is? That speech he gave yesterday at the podium. Horseshit. Okay? You're a 3-1 fraud. Period. End of story. You're the same team you've been for over 2 decades. You can beat some crappy teams, but you can rarely ever beat the good teams. And when you do, it's a fluke because you can't follow it up again and again and again and again. The only guy that could ever do that, his name was Don Shula. No other coach in Dolphin history has ever been able to do that. Jimmy Johnson couldn't do it. Dave Wanstead couldn't do it. Joe Philbin couldn't do it. No one can do it. Only Don Shula is the only one that can go up against great teams and great coaches and win more often than not. With or without a quarterback, by the way. Because that's what I'm watching with Belichick now. He can't win without a quarterback. I saw Don Shula go with no quarterback to the Super Bowl. But by the way, I am done with Belichick. Okay? He's a great defensive coordinator. He doesn't even come close to Don Shula anymore. That's where I'm at now. That guy can't make the playoffs with another quarterback, bro. You're a fraud. You're just a defensive coordinator that got lucky. You got the greatest quarterback of all time, and he just erased everything you did. At one point or another, we just got to call things the way they are, dude. You know what I mean? The Dolphins are nothing but frauds. And Mike McDaniel so far has failed to get them out of there. And if he's feeding this bullshit, oh, you're 3-1 still in 2 conference. Oh, bro, that's the same. You want to lie to yourself? You go ahead and lie to yourself. I'm not going to lie to. I'm not going to allow you, Mike McDaniel, to lie to the Dolphin public. Just like I didn't allow Jimmy Johnson or Dave Wanstead or Joe Philbin or any of these clowns for the last 25, 30 years while I've been doing this job. Okay? When they feed bullshit, I will call bullshit. Just like the Miami Heat that I've been calling their bullshit now the last couple of years. And boy, I got more bullshit to call on them. So enough's enough. You know, you want to feed that psychological bullshit to your players and they're stupid enough to buy it. You know what? NFL players aren't necessarily the brightest bulbs in the chandelier as it is, because most of them don't even know their own CBA. They still don't even understand their own CBA. You know, they're not so bright. Just watch what happened last night as they take cheap shots at each other in that what's the name of the Geno Smith? What was it? Isaiah Simmons. These idiots want the league to protect them, and all they do is take dirty shots on each other constantly. And then you complain at the end about what the game does to you, and you morons take shots at each other like it's going out of style. Dumbest individuals are out there. Some of the dumbest individuals out there are football players. You want the league to protect you, but you won't respect each other by taking dirty shots. Dumb as bricks, dude. Dumb as bricks. It's really amazing how stupid they can be sometimes. But then again, they like going 125 miles an hour and, you know, lighting people up on fire and killing them in regular streets. So, you know, that's kind of what you get from NFL football players at times. So if you're going to be stupid enough to fall for that psychological bullshit from Mike McDaniel, you will stay the same frauds you've been for 25 years, 30 years. Same frauds. Nothing's changed. And that's that. Maybe Mike McDaniel needs to work on the psychology of becoming a badass and not the psychology of playing child psychology with people. Because that is dead and gone already. Some of you will fall for it. I won't allow it. Cameron Wolfe, we unleash the Wolf Pack next.
We unleash the Wolf Pack as we get the latest in the NFL and the Miami Dolphins with our KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL Network insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370. Here's NFL insider Cameron Wolfe.
All right. There he is. I wish we were talking on about better things, but boy, that was a disgusting performance on Sunday by the Miami Dolphins. And Cam, one of the things that I've been talking about is you haven't lived it and haven't experienced it, but you've experienced some of it lately. Mm-hmm. The threshold that this team never crosses is that they are continually a middling team. Okay. And they usually will beat the really bad teams, and then they, most of the time, lose to all the good teams. Once in a while, they'll sneak out a good victory, you know, like they've done with the Bills, twice in 14 games under McDermott. You know, once in a blue moon, you'll get a victory, but it won't mean anything because it's really not you. Just like yesterday, McDaniel, well, we're still 3-1 and this and that. And you got fans telling me, well, you could still go 4-1 and 5-1. It doesn't mean anything. None of this means anything if you don't win the meaningful games, the ones against the big boys, the Bills, the Philadelphia Eagles coming up, the Chiefs. If you can't prove that you can hang with the elite, then you've got no shot at ever being elite.
This was a tough one for a lot of Dolphins fans. I wasn't up in Buffalo, but I think we talked about this last week on the show. This was a checkpoint for this team because you're 3-0, everything gets glossy. People around the national football media are talking about you as the best team in football, the best offense ever. You're getting the praise that I think a lot of Dolphins fans have been clamoring for for a lot of the year. Like, pay attention to us. We're real, for real. Watch us. And then once you get in the big stage, your game, you laid an egg. And so the reality is that's what people are going to remember you for until you play another big game. And so they're always going to be, you always wonder, why aren't we talked about with the Chiefs, with the Bills, with the Bengals, or not the Bengals this year, but the Chiefs and the Bills. And
Yeah,
the
but
reason why
we shouldn't pick on the Bengals, bro. That kid didn't practice. He's playing.
Right. But I'm talking about the AFC elite, and it is because of games like this. Because, and this is one thing that I had a question about in training camp, and it really erased it because of how they started off. When you play teams that are elite, they can beat you in multiple ways. And what I mean by multiple ways, it's not always run pass. It's speed and physicality. And for this Dolphins team, the one concern I do have is because they win so much with explosiveness and big plays. Can they handle the physicality of a team if they're going to punch them in the mouth? And this Sunday was a perfect example of a Bills team that just said, I see your motion. I see your speed. Can you take a punch in the mouth? Can you take it? And the offensive line couldn't take it. They jumped into passing lanes. Tua's first read wasn't there, and the passing game couldn't take it. They hit Raheem Mostert a couple times. He fumbled. He couldn't handle it. And so there's a lot of dudes who didn't, and Vic Fangio certainly on the other end of the side with his ability to adjust, couldn't handle what Ken Dorsey had cooking up. And so it's just one game. I don't want to overreact because the Dolphins still are a good football team, and they're going to get another chance at Buffalo Week 18 here. But they're still the big boss. I've talked about this on TV a little bit. The Bills are kind of like the big boss at the end of the video game. No matter how good you go when you're around, it doesn't matter unless you can beat the big boss. And the Dolphins cannot consistently beat the big boss. And until they do that, the Bills will be the kings of the AFC East, and the Dolphins will be trying to make it to the playoffs.
So anyway, we look at this situation, right? And I get you're 1,000% right. But I think what I'd rather have from McDaniel is the attitude of more being unsatisfied with everything going on than trying to play the child psychology. Well, we're still 3-1, and we still got a whole season in front of us, and all this kind of crap. And some of our fans are doing the same shit. Well, you got the Giants in Carolina, bro. That's not going to impress me.
Well, here's what I will say.
Do the post game show and they win. I'm going to go, okay, great. They won. You're supposed to win, dude. It's like, I'm not giving you any points for winning. You're supposed to win. Win the other games.
Yeah.
Win against the Eagles. Win against, I want a guy. And by the way, talking about this, we're not a team that does the same mistakes over again. Well, brother, I just saw this game. You had like 90 yards in penalties. You had like 9 penalties. You had pre-snap penalties. Well, I guess you're doing the same mistakes. The defense was dog shit, like it was dog shit in week 1. What are you talking about? You're not making the same, we're not a team that makes the same mistake. So yes, you are, dude. You are continuing to make the same mistakes over and over again. And stop selling me that the defense came up with this play or that play or something like that. Brother, you sucked against the Chargers. You finally made a play at the end of the game. Hey, at least you did something in that game, but you were crap the entire time. It's just there's too much of the positivity talk when there needs to be a good spanking like I used to get back in the 70s.
Here's what I would say about that. And I think there's some things you say validity, but you got to realize Mike McDaniel's whole mantra as a head coach is to be positive with everything. And so if you're going to be that coach, you've got to stay that coach. That's what I think people give credit to coaches, where you got to stay consistently the same guy. You can't be the positive guy and then all of a sudden you don't have a game you want and you're yelling at dudes and they're like, who is this? This is not the same dude. Like, for whatever it's worth, your style of coach has to be the same style of coach. Often on this show, you'll criticize Flo, and Flo, had a rough end here in Miami, but he was the same guy. He might have been, in some people's eyes, an asshole, a prick, right? But he was the same guy, whether you were 4-0 or 0-4. McDaniel is positive, probably the most positive coach this team's had here for a while, but he is going to be that same guy when you lose too. And so you can't just take it when it's like, oh, it's uplifting Tua, it's awesome, he's looking at things, and then when you lose, you say, well, you've got to be deep into him. I think he does have that element where he can get on players, but he's always going to be a look at the positive. How can we improve in a positive nature rather than just rag a dude down? I think that's honestly how I want my coach. That being said, they have some things to correct. The defense, Vic Fangio, you've got to adjust. Like 48 points against the Bills, that's awful. And I highlighted a lot. I think the decision not to have Xavier Howard on Stephon Diggs was a key mistake. And the thing is, Vic Fangio foreshadowed it during the week. We asked him, did you plan to do that? And he said maybe at some point, but it's not in the plan for this week. And I'll tell you what, Howard wants that matchup. He's faced Diggs. Like, I know there's some fans who don't, who are kind of iffy on Howard because he's been hurt a little bit in the past couple of years.
You know what? I heard that same shit. They've told me, maybe Howard's not that good. Well, you know what? I'll live and die with that. I can't live and die knowing that you put a second-year corner, undrafted Division II corner on one of the five, if not, no. Okay, Stephon Diggs is one of the five best receivers, but he might be either one or two when it comes to route running.
Yeah,
because he's always been an exceptional route runner since he came out of college. He was an exceptional route runner.
Excellent. Okay? And here's my thing: Xavier Howard is still one of the best ball hawks, if not the best ball hawk in football. And so you deter some passage just from the fact that Josh Allen's like, man, if I don't throw this right, X might take this to the crib. And even if X might get beat once or twice on Diggs, he's going to get his if you make the wrong decision. Cater, I don't think at this stage of his career is going to make those plays to make you worry about him. And Ken Dorsey, the Bills offensive coordinator, had a great scheme. Once they realized that Howard wasn't going to be shadowing Diggs, they made sure every single time to motion Stephon Diggs to Cater so that they saw the one-on-one coverage. He had all three touchdowns when Stephon Diggs motioned to his side. I think that's the most touchdowns out of motion since 2016. So there was a clear game plan. We like our matchup, Stephon Diggs versus Cater, and they exposed him. And I get maybe early on you say, hey, we're going to play our scheme. But once you see Diggs start to have that type of impact, you've got to adjust. The Dolphins didn't adjust. I think that was a big mistake. I think people still underestimate what X can do against top receivers, especially in a zone coverage when you're not doing cover zero blitz all the time. You pay him all that money, you give him that excitement. I get when you trade for Jalen Ramsey, the idea is we're going to have one corner on one side, one corner on the other. You don't have to follow anymore. You just get sides, but you don't have Jalen Ramsey.
Wait a minute. That's not true. That's not true. We all talked about when they acquired Jalen Ramsey that, oh, no, Fangio's going to use him in that star position where they move him around. Remember? We talked about that.
That was an option, but that does not mean that was their plan.
Well,
but I'm saying
apparently that's not a plan. Yeah, that's what we hear.
Well, I mean, he's not here, so they don't have any plan because he's not playing right now. But I'm saying I can understand if you playing sides when you have a Jalen Ramsey on the field. You don't need to play sides when you have a Stephon Diggs and you have X on the field. In most games, you're fine with that. If you're playing the New England Patriots, no, you don't need to shadow anybody because they don't have anybody on that team. If you're playing the Chargers where you have two true top receivers in Keenan Allen and Mike Williams, no need to shadow because both of those guys can beat you. But when you have a true number one and no clear number two for the Bills, that's when you put Cater on Gabe Davis and you put X on Diggs. And I'm eager to see how they adjust. Of course, they're going to play the Bills week 18, but they're going to have Devontae Adams coming up here in 3 or 4 weeks. They're going to have CeeDee Lamb coming up here in a few weeks. So these are games where you have to be able to adjust or teams are just going to pick you apart.
Your thoughts on McDermott versus McDaniel, because my Lord, he outcoached. I mean, he freaking schooled McDaniel badly. And I'm going to give McDermott half the credit. And then the other half, I got to give all those players, bro, from,
they played amazing.
Ano, Terrell Bernard,
Micah
Oliver,
Greg Rousseau,
Daquan
Jones,
dude, those guys, like, they stepped up and the scheme was perfect. They bracketed Tyreek.
Played a lot of cover two.
It's hilarious. Yeah, it's hilarious how they adjusted to their number one, to our number one, but we didn't adjust to their number one. It's it's hilarious how, okay, let's take Tyreek out in this game. But
they took Jalen out too for the most part too. Yeah.
Huh?
They took Jalen out for the most part too.
Yeah. Well, but that's more on Jalen. I'll blame more on Jalen and the coach and the quarterback, because he's getting one-on-one, so you better find a way to get him more involved. I don't know. But my point is they purposely schemed out the number one guy.
Yep.
And you just said when you have the two quarters, you don't have to move around. But when you don't have them, you're going to have to move them around. Well, guess what? They were willing to take out one guy and leave the other guy all one-on-one, and yet they still schemed them right out. And Miami failed to do the same thing against Diggs. So your thoughts on the way McDermott schemed it, which the way he schemed it, because I watched it again yesterday, it was masterful where he put his players in positions, and then the decisions, obviously, that their players made too were phenomenal.
Yeah, if we give Mike McDaniel credit for the 70 points and the motion and all the creative stuff, then we got to call it what it is when he has a game like it is. Sean McDermott won that matchup. It was definitely a clear win for Sean McDermott over Mike McDaniel. Now, Mike will get another chance, and Mike has done well when he's got a second chance at a coach, and so I'm eager to see that. He did against the Chargers. The Chargers got him completely last year, and this year he got him.
This is his fifth chance coming up. He's 1-3.
I understand one of those games wasn't with Tua, but I get your point. Overall, here's what I would say. It started off as a shootout. The Dolphins offense, the first scripted plays, they looked like the offense we saw over the first 3 weeks. They were moving the ball. They scored 14. It was 14-14 early. And then they shifted. They adjusted. Sometime in the second quarter, not too long before Teron Armstead got injured, you started to see an uptick of pressure, particularly interior pressure, on the Dolphins' offensive line. And they dropped those linebackers just enough in coverage that they disrupted those pass lanes. You even saw some of their defensive ends standing up and just putting their hands up. They're a lengthy, long team. They have a lot of 6'5" dudes who are playing defensive end. And so they can get their hands up. And if they just disrupt the little slant timing, disrupt the little wheel timing, just enough, it'll make Tua double clutch and maybe go to a second read and let that pressure get home. That's something teams did not do enough of. And I wonder, not every team has the personnel that the Bills do. They have an elite group of linebackers, which linebackers is sort of a lost art in the current NFL because everybody's looking for speed. When you have
Miami doesn't have one linebacker that comes close to theirs.
Right. And so people always ask for a blueprint. And maybe the Bills showed some things just like the Patriots showed some things, but they have certain players and certain personnel that allow them to do that. The ability to have the linebackers like Matt Milano and Bernard, and also have at least one of your two safeties and Micah Hyde in the middle, allows you to control that middle of the field and communicate. They did not get caught up in the eye candy and the motion like a lot of teams as well. And so I think that's something they really did starting in the second quarter. And then once they got the Dolphins down, because we hadn't seen this Dolphins team down significantly, once they saw this Dolphins team down, the Dolphins abandoned the run game, and they could just tee their heads back and just attack, because the cover two, the whole idea of cover two is you have to run the ball to get them out of cover two. Once you get up, you can stay in cover two because they're not going to run the ball, clearly. And so that's an element of why the Bills had a lot of success, and the Dolphins just scored 20 points. So the defense deserves a lot of blame, but it also is noteworthy how the Bills slowed down this offense.
By the way, if you look at the film, they took away Tua's second option also a lot of times, not just the first option. Go look at the film. A lot of times he had to go to his third option. They did an exceptional job, and then that's what allowed them to pressure him on top of all of that. When, linemen can have an excellent game, a great game, a fantastic game, a good game, and make one mistake in the game, and you still had one hell of a game. When you had a bad game, you probably made 2 or 3 mistakes in a game. And there's a lot of snaps. There's like 60 snaps, and you only made 2 or 3, but that's a bad game. Liam Eichenberg might have made, 5, 6, maybe 7 mistakes in the game. A lot of other times he actually did his job. I looked at the film. There were times where he was part of some good blocks that were big gainers and good plays. But the problem was when he would make a mistake, and he made at least 5, 6, maybe even 7 of them, they ended up becoming big mistakes, from a sack to obviously what's it called, Armstead getting injured, all that kind of stuff. He is just not a starter, dude.
Correct. He's a backup offensive lineman, and backup offensive linemen get exposed with more play time. I heard a lot of fans say they weren't worried about the Connor Williams absence because Liam played good in the second half last week, right? The Dolphins were up. He did, but the Dolphins were up 21 points. And so it's a lot different.
They're facing the Bills.
Yes, they weren't facing the Bills. They were facing the Dolphins, the Broncos defense. And so a lot of times with time, backups get exposed. And so that's why, although the offensive lines played amazing over the first 3 weeks, I was hesitant to crown them as this thing is completely fixed, because a lot of it is Tua getting the ball out extremely quickly.
Yeah.
And we hadn't seen them against a defense that was going to be able to bring the pressure consistently. Teron's out and Connor's out, and you start to see cracks. And Tua was sacked 4 times. He was hit 9 times. That's more than he had been hit combined in the first 3 games. 3 times as many sacks as he had the first 3 games combined. And so you start to see some cracks in that offensive line, especially if you fall behind. And so they're going to be without Teron with some time. I'm told it's going to be multiple weeks.
Kendall Lamb did not play bad, actually. If you watch it,
but again,
the only time, hold on a second. The only mistake he made in that game was one of the sacks, actually, because it was I forgot who it was, but it came from the other side, right? He got blocked, and then he swung over, and the problem was on the zone. What you had to do was move the zone, and he had to pick up the extra guy that came off the edge. He did not react quickly, and then he ended up getting a sack. That was the only mistake he made. Outside of that, Kendall actually played well, filling in for Teron Armstead. So I was actually encouraged in that sense. I obviously, with Eichenberg, I was incredibly discouraged, because he just made monster mistake after monster. Let me tell you, Robert Hunt made 2 mistakes too in that game. Also he wasn't perfect either.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It wasn't the offensive line.
A lot of guys made mistakes there.
Yeah, it wasn't the offensive line's best game, and my whole point with Kendall Lamb is not to single him out. It's just that backups get exposed with more extended time. And I do think that you'll see Connor Williams back sooner than later. I'm not sure if he's back this week, but I think you'll see him back sooner than later. You're going to have to be without Teron for some time. And like I said, I'm eager to see whether they make a decision on IR for him. I know it's going to be multiple weeks. He'll be back this season, but is it closer to 2 or 3 weeks, or is it closer to a month and a half? That's the question I don't know at this point. And we're going to see. It's that knee again. It's not anything fully torn, but I think it's something that's going to hold him out for some time. So that's where we're going to see more Kendall Lamb. And this team's going to have to get by. They do get, to Dolphins fans' credit, they do bring up a good point. The Giants and Panthers are a couple of get-right games. It doesn't give us an opportunity to learn more about this team, but it helps them get past this period. If they need to struggle through some injuries, they need to get the offensive line a little healthier. This is the 2 games to get them. And then you got Philly up in Philly and Sunday Night Football after that. That'll be their next big test. But I think Tua had the right word. This is a humbling loss for a lot of folks. I think it takes people off their high horse a little bit. It doesn't say the Dolphins aren't going to, make the playoffs or still get a chance at the division or do this and that. It just says this team can be beat. This team is not unstoppable. This team has flaws, and they need to be fixed. And so I'm going to be eager to see how they respond, how they adjust, how Vic Fangio adjusts, how Mike McDaniel adjusts, and that's how we're going to see how good of a team they are.
All right. Follow him on Twitter at Cameron Wolfe. What do you got going on in the NFL Network?
Yeah, I am going to be on NFL Network, the Insider Show tomorrow, Wednesday, 12 to 1 on NFL Plus and 1 to 2 on NFL Network. So we'll talk some Dolphins, I'm sure, leading into the Giants game. And so you'll see me there, and I'll be at the game this weekend as well.
There you go. Cam, as always, appreciate you, my man. We will talk later on the week. Appreciate
Absolutely. Have a good one.
You got it. There you go. KSDT CPAs. Make sure you call them, whether it's your personal taxes, whether it's your business taxes. They know how to get it done. And for those of you, if you own a business, man, and you want an edge, they provide all kinds of services from payroll to healthcare to investing to making sure you're planning ahead and understanding what's going on in the market and how it may affect you 6 months to a year down the line. They can help you with all kinds of stuff from advisory to tax to insurances. Call the great people at KSDT CPAs. Offices in Dade, Broward, Palm Beach counties, and now a new office in Charlotte, North Carolina, folks. So if you're looking for work, they're also hiring. Dade, Broward, Palm Beach counties. Look at the number right there, 305-670-3370. If you're looking for the services that you need for your personal taxes, for your business, maybe you need some guidance for your business, use that QR code and reach out to our friends at KSDT CPAs.
This has been the KSDT CPA Pro Football Report with NFL insider Cameron Wolfe. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full-service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit them at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
Right. EJD Construction, 305-433-4843. Give a ring to my friends at EJD Construction. Eric dominates in Dade and Broward counties. Several of our listeners over the years now have called EJD Construction to do all kinds of things. Some of you have built an Airbnb, right? An extra little apartment so you can rent out. You got a big old yard and you want to take advantage of it. Some of you, some families are consolidating because some of the things going on in our world. You want to build a new room. We've had listeners that have modernized their kitchens, all kinds of stuff. Home theaters with theater seating and all that kind of stuff. I am so jealous of that. Every time I hear, 2 of our listeners have done that, which is pretty cool. One got inspired by me mentioning it, that another one did it. So if you want to do that, you could call EJD Construction, custom home construction, major home remodeling. We're not talking about a handyman, folks. 305-433-4843, only in Dade and Broward counties. Only 305-433-4843. All right. Seth and Dean is going to get ready to join us. Let's take a quick break so we can get ready for hour number 2. You know, our breaks are very, very short, a minute or two. We are back with Seth and Dean and our BaptistHealth.net/ortho Miami Dolphins report.
We interrupt this program to bring you a special report.
Miles an hour, that's a Category 4 hurricane. 3 deaths are reported in Florida after more than 24 were killed in the Caribbean. This
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. Let's get the latest from the Aqua and Orange with our Baptist Health of South Florida Miami Dolphins report with USA Today insider Seth and Dean. From orthopedics, sports medicine, cardiovascular, and even cancer. Get the world-class healthcare your family deserves at BaptistHealth.net. Here's Seth and Dean.
All right, there he is, locked and loaded and ready to go. Hopefully you're better prepared than Mike McDaniel is.
I might be a little bit of the same preparation, man. We'll see. It's a crazy Tuesday already.
That was pretty wacky to watch how he got absolutely dominated in that game and got smoked. I mean, I watched the game again yesterday, and I just told Cam this. I give a lot of credit to the players because they had to make the plays, okay? And Matt Milano was, I mean, a monster, dude.
Yeah.
And when you're at a sports bar, you don't really get to watch it like you really need to. And yesterday I got to watch it the way I needed to watch it. And, brother, he schemed perfectly how to stop the offense and slow them down. Your thoughts on Mike McDaniel not being able to overcome the Bills? And then at the same time, what are his options on the offensive line?
Yeah, well, look, it's not just Mike McDaniel not able to overcome the Bills. It's the entire Dolphins franchise, Big O.
That's right.
They've played Josh Allen 12 times since 2018 when he entered the draft. They only have 2 wins over him. The first win was his first game against them. Some crazy play that Josh Allen threw a long ball and it dropped in the front of the end zone to his tight end. I think it was Dwayne Allen, if I remember that correctly. And then, the game last September that the Dolphins won here at home. That's the only 2 times the Dolphins have beaten the Bills in the past 12 games. And so we're talking about 5-6 years of Josh Allen just whooping their you-know-what.
Yep.
So it's a franchise problem. It's not a Mike McDaniel problem, and he's the one that's kind of in charge of it now. But this is a franchise problem up and down, man. That team in Buffalo has been kicking their you-know-what for the past 5-6 years.
Well, by the way, Safford, it's not just a Buffalo thing. It's a Miami thing. And it's been going on for decades now.
That's very much true, too. Yes. If it
never step up in big moments against big teams.
Mm-hmm.
They rarely ever win. And when they do, it's what you just said. It's just a fluke. It's a fluke win because there's no substance behind it because you can't consistently beat better teams. You can't have a good record against better teams. So when you got Philadelphia coming up and you got Kansas City, and just like in years past, whether it's Jimmy Johnson getting thoroughly embarrassed or Dave Wanstead in the playoffs or owned by the Patriots or whatever it is, it's been like that now for decades. It's not just a Bills thing. It's any of the better teams on your schedule. The Dolphins fold like a cheap tent 9 out of 10 times.
Yeah, I have to agree with that one, Big O. Look, it's a franchise that is very incompetent and winning when you look at the grand scheme of things. They've only made the playoffs 3 times in the past 21 years, right? And the last time was last year. Before that was 2016. Before that was 2008. We're in 2023 right now. The Dolphins are trying to get to postseason back-to-back times for the first time since, the early 2000s, early 2000s. I'm literally 2000 and 2001. This is something that, the Dolphins have to really figure out here, how they play against the big teams. Like you mentioned, the Eagles and the Chiefs are coming up this season. It's a good thing you don't have to play the 49ers again. But this is something that the Dolphins have to come to terms with. Are they good enough, or are they just a 500 team like we spoke about, Big O? They were, I believe, 22-20 or something like that the last 2 seasons, right? They've lost just as much as they won. And this season they've won 3 times. They're 3-1 right now. So it's hard to, you can take a long view perspective of the Dolphins franchise. Sure. Yes. And then the short-term view is this: look, they're 3-1. They got beat by a team that's had their number for a very, very long time. And like you mentioned before, if it wasn't Buffalo now, it was New England before that. Right. These guys have been a thorn in their sides for a long time, the Bills. And it's up and down. It's not just Josh Allen. It's Matt Milano, like you said. It's Dawson Knox, like pretty much mossing Javon's Holland head to the ground, when he caught a pass. It's Christian Wilkins not getting into the backfield at all, maybe just one time. And that was that.
And Holland took a shitty angle on Cook's run that it went another 20 yards because he took a shitty angle.
Yeah, Kader Kohu got absolutely torched, and Vic Fangio did not even help that guy out at all. Left that guy on the island. Did not play Xavier Howard against Stephon Diggs, and Xavier Howard has the most reps out of anybody against that player, probably in the league, outside of the the Bills players that play him in practice every week, right? Questionable calls up and down. Up and down, up and down. Maybe Mike McDaniel got a little away from the run a little bit after they were up 14-14, or the Bills went up 21-14, excuse me. But this is a look in the mirror moment for the Dolphins right here. Are we as good as we think we are, or are we showing that we're not, and maybe the same team? So it's a big moment for the Dolphins, but they have 2 get-right games coming up, man, and the defense has to figure it all out, because the Dolphins offense carried them week 1 and it carried them week 3, right? And now the defense did not show up in Buffalo, where you need them to play the most. If the defense doesn't show up against the Eagles, against the Chiefs, you're looking at a 5, 6, 7 seed. If you're going to the playoffs, you got to go play on the road.
Why would they show up? They didn't show up against the Chargers either.
Yeah, you're hoping. Yeah, you're right about that.
They made a play at the end, but they were disgusting the entire game. I mean, they were an embarrassment the entire game. The fact that you made a play at the end, at least you did something, loser. But, outside of that, you were carried the entire stinking game. So that's the problem with this defense. It's like, I don't expect them to step up, because I don't know, can they?
This is the problem with the bend don't break defense, right? Because you're going to have some times where you break. They broke 3 times when Stephon Diggs got the ball in his hands, right? They broke another time when Josh Allen ran it in for a touchdown. And there was another run in there. James Cook scored as well too, right? They can't stop the run either. So you can't stop the run. You don't know which corner should be, guarding the best receiver on the other team. And Josh Allen ran all over you as well again. So this was a bad recipe for success for the Dolphins. It led to no success in Buffalo last week. They're going to play those guys later on this year. They're going to play them in the last game of the season. So that's going to be it all right there, Big O. That's a big matchup later on this year. We'll see what Dolphins team shows up and who's left around that's not injured, and who's playing really well to carry them later on the season. But, they're 3-1 after 4 games. You got to take that, right? And you got 2 get-right games coming up here. You can be 5-1 after them. You got to take that. Hopefully you find something from the defense here. But they're going to change, and they're gonna have to improve.
Impress me by beating Philadelphia. And
of
then
course, yeah.
I can start beating the Giants and Carolina. That's not going to do anything for me. It'll be good that you won, because you'll be 5-1. But outside of that, it doesn't mean that you're any good. You're still a fraud. So let me ask you, will Vic Fangio do the right thing instead of the wrong thing when Jalen Phillips comes back and bench the hell out of Bradley Chubb? Make him the third guy, because Bradley Chubb does not deserve to start on this team at all when Andrew Van Ginkel is outplaying him by miles, and at least Jalen Phillips is showing me the kind of motor and, the enthusiasm to get there, so when I get him back from injury, if I'm Vic Fangio, my starters are Phillips and AVG, and Chubb is now going to have to earn more playing time, because I'm not taking Andrew Van Ginkel off the field, bro. I'm just not.
Yeah, why would you? Why would you? There's no reason to, right? I mean, the guy is playing out of his mind right now. And the thing is, too, maybe Andrew Van Ginkel is playing out of his mind because Bradley Chubb is on the other side locking down or holding some people, so there's some room there. Sometimes you play better when other people are out there on the field, man. And I mean, look, I'm not giving the excuse to Bradley Chubb. I've been very critical with him. I
disagree with you on this, because I've been an AVG advocate from the second he got here.
Yeah, so have I.
He has been a playmaker whenever you give him playing time. I don't know why Flo didn't give him more playing time, but it just seems like he was always around the football doing something, dude. He has a knack for making plays and being around the football or getting to the quarterback. He has done that from the second he's put on a Dolphins uniform. What they've done to him is limit his playing time, which, by the way, I'm glad in a way, because I almost feel like Belichick would have stole his ass and he would have become a star with Belichick. And when it's all said and done, I think this guy has, stud material on him. When you watch him, you don't teach stuff like this. Somehow or other, he has a knack to be around the football. I've been a big advocate for him. I don't know why he doesn't play more.
Yeah, definitely. No, he's a great edge rusher. I remember when he got drafted by the Dolphins, I was looking around in the room like, who is this guy? You put on the film, you see some glimpses. You see him in Brian Flores' defense, and he shined there. I remember one game in particular, he had a touchdown from a fumble recovery, and just shows to the knack of just being around the ball, like you mentioned, right? This year, he's played amazing. He's played really well. He's taken the most of his opportunities. Even Vic Fangio tried to put him on inside as inside linebacker when really his best strength is edge, being an edge rusher. So look, Vic Fangio has a lot of things to learn about this team. These guys on defense have played a lot of ball together already, right? And I think Vic Fangio maybe takes a step back after this Buffalo game and realizes I need to put some things in this game plan, or I need to figure out how to position my players to have some success for some things that they've done really well in the past, right? It feels like Vic Fangio came in and tried to just install his new scheme, which is understandable, yes, but also it doesn't really feel like Vic really looked at this defense the last 2 seasons like we have and seen, okay, I know where I can win or lose with some things here. But getting back to the Stephon Diggs thing, that was very egregious on his part. After Kato Kohu got torch for the first pass, right? You're like, okay, when's the change going to happen? Then the first touchdown, you're like, all right, well, how long does this continue? Then there's the second touchdown, right? And then you're like, all right, still Kohu in the mix. And then there's a third touchdown where Kohu can't even finish a tackle, but he has his hand on Diggs. And Brandon Jones comes over and does absolutely nothing. And Diggs comes over and wins the possession again. And at that point, you're like, all right, when is this going to happen, right? Why isn't it happening already? Why does Stephon Diggs have 3 touchdowns in the game and has affected the game so much more than Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle did together? So, look, this is a real look in the mirror moment for the Dolphins, especially their defense. All those guys have to really look in the mirror and see what they're about and who, if they are who they really are. It's time to step up and be the person and player that you want to be. And if you think you're, this much or should be getting paid that much, you should be playing like it. Christian Wilkins was in the backfield once, and that was after Van Ginkel sacked Josh Allen, and he wanted to go, talk some smack to Josh Allen. The rookie O-lineman that the Bills had held him in check the whole game, right? Van Ginkel was the best defender. Who else was second best? You can't really say anybody else. Really, David Long is overrunning James Cook in the field. Javon Holland's getting his head smacked down to the pavement by tight ends. Agba's nowhere to be found. Chubb is nowhere to be found. Xavier is on the other side of the field doing nothing because he's not guarding the best player. It was a really, really bad performance by the defense, and all those guys got to get right in these next 2 games for sure.
Fangio's standing there going, okay, he probably didn't even think. So they're avoiding X. Maybe I should put X on X. It's like, it's just.
Even Gabe Davis scored a touchdown in that game, and you're like, all right, well, we got torched by both receivers.
Listen, I did the craziest thing last year in defending Josh Boyer because I truly felt that, the defense really never ended up costing them a game last year.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it wasn't perfect, and I know their whole secondary was injured, and he had to kind of work with smoke and mirrors at times and all that. I know he wasn't perfect. I know he was young and inexperienced, and he had to learn things and all that. But, the 2 games that the defense was terrible was the Detroit and the Baltimore games. And yet they were terrible for only a half. In the second half, the defense did shut them down, and then the offense did their job, got back in and won the games. But in most of the other games, the defense never got trounced like it did on Sunday. The most screwed up part is I was all for the change. I wasn't about firing Josh Boyer. I was more about firing the special teams coach, to be quite honest. Not Josh. I didn't blame everything on Josh Boyer because of all the injuries and everything that went on and his inexperience. I felt like you had to have a little bit more patience with him. But if you can get Vic Fangio, of course you fire Josh Boyer if you can get Vic Fangio. But 4 games in, bro, the most screwed up thing in the world, I have to tell you, Josh Boyer did more with less than Vic Fangio has done so far.
Look, I don't. Yeah, I don't
That's-
disagree with your point, Big O. I think there's something that you're not remembering with this point, and is that Brian Flores was here since what, 2019, 2020, right?
Yeah.
So it's Brian Flores' defense for 3 seasons, and then Josh Boyer takes over in the 4th season, right before he got let go. That's 4 seasons of playing in the same scheme. That's 4 seasons of all those players learning the same thing and using the same techniques and playing cover 0 and all of that and having success with it at times, right? We've also saw, like you mentioned, the Ravens and the Detroit game with Josh Boyer as the first, time play caller, right? And he is, the first, that was what, the first month of the season. Every time this Dolphins defense plays in a season with a new defense, we saw it first year with Flo too, when the Ravens came in here and Lamar Jackson threw up, 5 touchdowns, something like that.
Yeah,
it takes a while for the first – I understand. But it takes a while for a defense to get the ins and outs of how they play and learn how to play a scheme. This Vic Fangio defense is going through the same thing right now. It was never going to be perfect in the first month of the season. You're hoping for some more perfection in the coming weeks. And this defense, after like week 8, week 9, then you're going to see everybody kind of come together and play the roles and kind of fill it as it's going to be filled. But this is a wait and see approach, man. You got to have some patience with this defense because it's the first year of everything. Just like you had some patience with Mike McDaniel's offense last year.
But X on Diggs, that's
an egregious call. That's an egregious call. But overall, even if X was on Diggs was still bound to score at some point in that game, right?
Live with that if it happens.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but it also could happen that, like Cam said, that if you at least put X out there on Diggs, maybe Josh Allen holds off a little bit and says, "Damn, dude, I better be perfect, or if not, X could steal this."
Josh Allen ain't saying that. Josh Allen is not saying that. He's been kicking the Dolphins' ass for how many years, man? He ain't worried about Xavier Howard. He's played against him plenty times before and thrown to Diggs, no problem.
No, Safford, that's
it just gives the Dolphins the best chance. Xavier Howard gives the Dolphins the best chance on Diggs. Yes, but Josh Allen ain't afraid of him.
No, but he's going to think twice about testing X compared to Kohu.
Mm-hmm.
It's just different. Against Kohu,
for sure. There's a green light all day with Kohu.
Yeah, it's a free for all. That's what I'm saying.
You're
gonna think a little bit more against X. You're gonna be a little extra cautious against X. It's only normal that you would do that because he has intercepted Josh Allen before.
Yeah, so sure. But I think what you're saying, it could be a little bit overstated for Josh Allen.
Okay.
When you've been taking this team up and down the field for 12 games in the past 5 years.
I get it, but I still would have at least lived and died with my best.
Me too. We're on the same page with this.
That you can't. That is so irresponsible on his part, and to me, it's just you got to adjust when you have. I get the scheme you have, but you can't force your players onto your scheme. You also, as a coach, have to adjust because look, we know Agba doesn't fit this scheme. Brandon Jones probably won't fit this scheme. What's it called? The linebacker 55.
Jerome Baker.
Baker doesn't fit this scheme. So I know that there's going to be certain players that aren't fitting this scheme, and eventually they'll be, weeded out. I get that. But it's your job to then adjust and try to then maybe change a little bit of your scheme to help fit the players you do have so you can get the best out of them. And I don't see him doing that. And that to me is egregious.
That's what the next 2 games are for sure. I would agree with you on Agba. I think I'm waiting to see a little bit more on Baker and Jones is just not healthy yet. He's not healthy yet.
You need thumpers in the middle of this defense, and he is not a thumper. He is not a guy. He's going to get lost in the traffic in the middle every single time. He can't shed blocks. It's not who he is. He's a weak side outside linebacker that you could use in pass rushing. And in coverage, he's really not that good, actually. He's not consistent enough in coverage, to be quite honest. I was watching him over the years. I know that's what he has, athleticism, but he just doesn't bring it. Your thoughts on the passing game and what happened. They were very, I mean, they were on top of it, dude. They were on top. McDermott just did a hell of a number and having people deflect passes and be very alert from screens to everything else. They were on top of everything, dude.
Yeah, look, the Bills defense is still one of the best in the NFL, especially after slowing the Dolphins down on Sunday. You look at the tip passes that happened at the line; those weren't happening the first 3 weeks of the season for the Dolphins. So even when you have a tip pass, kind of wondering, Tua's gonna throw off Tua as soon as a tip pass happens, right? That's lesson number one. Number two, you have Matt Milano in the middle, man. He's one of the best linebackers in the NFL. He's been a thorn in the Dolphins side for the past couple of years as well. But he's been doing that in the league for a long time as well. And then you look at the back end. Look, they didn't have Jordan Poyer, but Micah Hyde came through with the interception on Tua. It was the right place, right time. Bad pass by Tua, horrible pass actually. The Dolphins did not respond well after Teron Armstead left that game. So we already know what's going on with Armstead. Mike McDaniel said is going to be, not days but weeks for him. He's not going to play this week. It's going to be a little while for him to come back. It's going to be like the beginning of the season all over again. Are you encouraged by Kendall Lamb in the first 3 weeks before Armstead came back? Yeah, for sure you are. And I think when
he only gave up a sack because he didn't switch with the guy that came across from the other side of the field, the pass rush. I think it was Epinesa maybe. I forgot who it was that got the sack, and that was his only mistake. He was encouraging yesterday actually overall.
Epinesa, that was a guy the Dolphins would have liked to have in the draft, and I think he went to Buffalo before the Dolphins pick. But yeah, man, that defense is really tough to go against. They're going to have to figure them out. They got 18 weeks to figure them out, or at least 3 months before they see him again. But for the Dolphins standpoint, you're hoping to get Connor Williams back. That will be really, really helpful because Liam Eichenberg was serviceable, not great. Granted, it was his first game playing center in the NFL. It wasn't an ideal at all situation for the Dolphins. But this is where I spoke about with you last week and how the Dolphins looked so great in 3 games is that the offensive line was steady. You had Kendall Lamb, you had Connor Williams, right? You have all your star receivers. You have your best tight end in the game. Julian Hill was not coming in off the bench. So you had all 11 that you've been going with since, all of training camp. And that continuity carried over. But it kind of all fell apart in Buffalo, and the crowd noise did not help the Dolphins as well either. Look, the Dolphins have a tough road, like you said. Going to Philly is going to be a tough game. In that stretch too, Philly, Patriots, Chiefs, and then that's the first half of the season. So, who knows what the record is going to be at that point? But they got to get these 2 get-right wins here. They got to figure out themselves on defense, and it's up to them to really make the changes that they need to make to keep their good record going right now, continuing.
Final question. Cotton Olave. What the hell do we know about them being centers, and where are they, and how prepared could they possibly be to take over for Eichenberg as the backup center? And then 2, Cam Smith. Kohu probably is better in the slot. You haven't gotten Nick Needham back, which would then give you a lot of strength in the slot. Cam Smith is ideally suited to play on the outside. Again, 3 young guys that could help you, or can they help you, or are they ready to help you? What do you know about those 3 young guys?
Big O, I'm a national writer for USA Today. I know I covered the Dolphins for the past 5-6 years, man. I'm not worried about second string, third string guys, especially when they're third string guys. Cotton and who was the other guy you mentioned? I didn't even know he was on the team. No, I'm just kidding. I did know. Look, obviously you're playing the players that you know they're going to play, and the Dolphins felt like Eichenberg was ready, and so they gave him the opportunity. And they needed to give him the opportunity because he's a draft pick. He shouldn't even be on the bench because of how much they spent trading picks to get him when they did get him, right? So you're hoping
you save Jackson. You can't save Eichenberg, bro.
You can't save them all, Big O. You can't save them all.
It's like the Titanic. It's like It's like our boy. You're just gonna have to float away into the water.
Float away in the door. Yeah, there's no room on the raft for Eichenberg, huh?
No room on the top Eichenberg. Oh, that's it. You just gotta come to the reality. We can't save you, kid. We saved Austin. Hunt is fine. We move on. You hit on 2 of 3. Let's go.
Yeah, Hunt is great, and that's 66% is not a bad average. But look, offensive lineman draft has been probably the weakest for the Dolphins the past couple of years. It did take some time for these guys to kind of turn, like Austin Jackson has turned and played really well. Excuse me. So we'll see how he does. Eichenberger's first game as center, man. I know we've seen some bad blocking in the past from him, but for him to control the snap and the count and all that, I mean, that's a lot to ask for a guy who's never played that position before. So I can give him a little bit of slack for that. But the Dolphins are in this position. They don't even have a true center on the team. Connor Williams not even playing center. Now he's been forced to play center. He's not even really a real center. So you just already have a handicap in that position altogether. But they're going to wait for Connor Williams to come back. Hopefully Jalen Phillips comes back at the right time. He's got that oblique muscle strain that's, obviously going to be troubling for him. You need all the muscles to kind of move around, and Jalen Phillips is a man of many muscles. And when they're on the field, they play really well. Cam Smith, like you said, you're hoping to get some more from him. Obviously, Eli Apple was inactive for this last game, so the Dolphins went in and said, yeah, you're not going to be on the field for any of this, which maybe he would have did. Diggs would have torched him too. Let's be honest here.
Did Deshaun Elliott have an injury?
I'm not sure. I don't have the recall on that. But I do. I'm not sure.
I'm asking.
He was inactive, right?
He was inactive, and the way Brandon Jones played, you're like, yo, Vic, did you make a good decision? Because if there's no injury, that was another stupid ass decision by Vic.
Yeah. I'm just saying. Look, Brandon Jones, I know he's coming back. When you're on the field after a big time injury, the first couple games, it takes a while to get back into the groove of things.
Back against the Bills.
Yeah, I completely understand. I'm with you. I'm 100% with you here too. Maybe Deshaun Elliott wasn't giving them what they needed to give them for the look and whatnot or whatever. But Brandon Jones is, when he's played well, he's played really well. And he just has to get back to it. I love
Brandon Jones, but he wasn't ready. You could tell that he wasn't himself out there.
So you see this with Brandon Jones, and what do you think is going to happen when Nick Needham comes back? And what do you think is going to happen when Jalen Ramsey comes back? These are the guys you're hoping to come back in the secondary healthy and productive. Ramsey's nowhere close. If you think Ramsey's coming back sooner than later, it's not going to happen. He needs some time to practice. Needham has just got back on the practice field, just started cutting and stuff, coming back from Achilles. So I have Achilles for Nick Needham. I have MCL, right, for Ramsey or meniscus, excuse me. And then Brandon Jones had an ACL. So these are 3 injuries you don't want to play with for guys that have to cut and make quick decisions and hard-hitting moves, and you need them in the secondary to play defense. The Dolphins need to hit the road, man. They need to hit the waiver wire, see who they can bring in off the street to come and do some things. If you're not confident in Elliott, you're not confident in Jones. But look, Vic Fangio has a lot on his plate with his defense. Bradley Chubb needs to show up more. Christian Wilkins needs to show up more. Jerome Baker needs to show up more. Javon Holland needs to continue doing what he's doing, except for the Bills game. And you're hoping to get some more from Xavier too. Kohu's in a fine place. He had a tough task against him. Stephon Diggs has been doing that to receivers for the past 10 years. So I don't put that past Kohu at all. He'll do a lot better against a lot of receivers in this league, not named Stephon Diggs. So I think defense needs to just figure it out. You got to get right game coming up here, 2 of them, in fact, and the defense really has to show out. They know they have to come to the call and help out this offense.
What do you got going on in the USA today?
Yeah, man. I was at Messi. Messi had an event at Inter Miami Stadium yesterday to announce a new kids menu with Hard Rock Cafe. So that's out and about, man. The chicken sandwich is really good from what I've heard. So I'll pass that along to you guys. Messi is great with the kids, man. He's such a shy guy. It's so funny to see him because he's the biggest star in the world and wants none of the attention that comes with it. And he's a worldwide celebrity. This is like, Big O, when you look at the Michael Jordan, Last Dance, and you see him coming off the bus in any country of the world he's in, Michael Jordan, Madonna, you think about the most famous people in the world that people go absolutely nuts for. Messi's one of those people. We have him here for at least another year or so. We'll see. But yeah, I don't know if he plays this week, but he's still been great to have the past couple months.
Okay, but you go to that press conference, okay, and you're going to write the story about that press conference. But
day to day, match to match.
Yeah, no,
right?
But you didn't ask any questions because they didn't allow the media to ask questions. They gave the little kids.
Yeah, it was cute. It was cute.
It was cute.
Messi has the best. He has the best media availability of anybody in the country. Patrick Mahomes is like really great with the media, right? You go to any like these Dolphin players and tell them Messi's talking whenever the hell he wants to talk. They'd be like, "Sign me up." No, everybody gets that treatment, man. Messi, you know the thing with Messi is he's so nice and he doesn't want to hurt anybody's feelings, bro. And so, like, for him to go out there and say, "Hey, man, I'm not gonna play," like Messi's not gonna do that. He isn't gonna hurt all these people's feelings. I mean, you know, he'll look the other way when they spend the money and for the tickets and he's not on the pitch because he's hurt. And at the end of the day, you got to take everything that they say regarding an injury with a grain of salt. Be careful when you spend your money. Inter Miami has what, 2 or 3 home games coming up here, at least 2 maybe this month. If you're trying to go and trying to see Messi, maybe it's not the right time. Next year will be the best time, but literally after next year, don't plan on anything more in the future.
Yeah. You know when I would buy a ticket to see Messi? Day of game. I'll pay the price, and that's when I know he's playing, then I'll buy the ticket, and then that's it. I would never buy tickets ahead of time anymore for an Inter Miami game. If you're dying to see Messi, the dumbest thing you'll do, unless you've got cash to spare, then you buy the whole season and then you find out the games he's going to and you show up and then that's it. But the dumbest thing you can do nowadays is buy a ticket to see Messi ahead of time. You're better off waiting because you'll buy it and then he's not showing up and you'll never get your money back if you want to resell it or anything like that. So you're better off waiting till they announce that he is playing and then go buy the ticket then at that point and pay the extra money. At least you get your money's worth and you see Messi. If not, I would not buy a ticket. And next year is the same thing. You know, Michelle tweeted something out. And so, okay, so you got the CONCACAF Cup. You got the Champions League. You got friendlies. You got the Leagues Cup. You got the U.S. Open Cup. And you got the MLS season. Yeah, good luck with that shit next year. You think that playing all those freaking games, you're a dumbass. Okay?
Yeah.
Because that's not going to happen. And he's going to miss a shit ton of games because he's a human being. And they learned that they overplayed him this month, which I don't blame him. I think we all would have made the same mistake, except for the 30-minute game. I don't know why they pulled him. They didn't pull him in that one. But anyway, outside of that, that's a huge problem they have, dude, right now. Actually, that's a huge
definitely.
problem.
I would advise against buying season tickets because the games you have to sell, you're going to get pennies on the dollar in terms of value. Right. If you're going to buy a ticket, buy for one of those tournaments, like you said, CONCACAF for the champions, you know, the Club Champions League. And maybe you'll be able to get a good one, like you said, by day of whatever. But it's tough, man. You got to take everything they say with a grain of salt. They're not at like the NFL where they have to list injuries and make people questionable, things like that. The best time to buy a ticket is like an hour before the game when you see his name on the lineup and hope for the best, man. But I would say the first 2 months with Messi here was an incredible moment for South Florida sports, an incredible moment for American soccer. And, you know, it's something that we got to cherish, right? It's unfortunate the fallout from it all now, but we will see how it works out next year as well.
I have my goal in life. It just came across the feed here on Twitter. How about that? I now have a new goal in life. Breaking. NASA plans to build houses on the moon by 2040. The homes will be both for astronauts and ordinary civilians, according to the New York Times.
Wow. Take you a couple years to get out there and come back, too.
I'm out of here, bro. I'm going to the moon in 2040, baby.
You think they got Wi-Fi out there, Big O?
Wi-Fi, we got it all out there. Barbecue, all that. I don't have to deal with the Dolphins breaking my heart all the damn time. Okay.
How you gonna eat out there, Big O? They're like there's you have the supplies for Gahachina except for the pig.
Well, yeah, no. Well, you know what? We're gonna have to grow our pigs out there. That's all. You know, it's like Noah's Ark. We'll just take a whole bunch of animals with us, and then we'll breed them and all that kind of stuff. So it's all good.
When you figure it out, I'll come visit you, Big O.
We have till 2040 to figure it all out, bro. Relax.
Plenty of time. If only the Dolphins defense had enough time.
Yeah. The only thing is you got to weigh your dogs down. And if not, they float away. So you just got to make sure, weigh them down. Not Fido is going to be flying away to the sun. He'll be a flight of Icarus, and he'll burn there in the sun. All right, follow him on Twitter at Safed_Dean. Catch his work there at the USA Today. As always, I appreciate you, Safed. We will catch up later on.
Anytime, man. Have a good one, Bigo.
Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you. Baptist Health of South Florida, folks. If you have an injury keeping you from doing what you love, take charge of your health and get back in the game with the help of the all-pro staff at Baptist Health Orthopedic Care.
The Baptist Health of South Florida Miami Dolphins report with insider Seth and Dean is brought to you by Baptist Health of South Florida. From orthopedics, sports medicine, cardiovascular, and even cancer. Get the world-class healthcare your family deserves at baptisthealth.net.
All right. See, Bromar, these are the reasons why you already got blocked once and you're about to get blocked again. Big O refuses to criticize Greer for hanging on to Eichenberg because it would make Greer look bad if it's a high pick. Okay. All right. So how many times have I told the story that I called them last year and I told them, what the hell are you doing with Eichenberg? And they told me before the injury, because when he got injured, I say, hey, man, enough of this Eichenberg stuff, right? And they told me, how many times have I told the story that I told the Dolphins, some of the people that maybe work for Greer, okay? I told the Dolphins, what are you doing? Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. He is turning the corner. How many times did I talk about that story? Have I not mentioned that story a couple times, Sean? Huh? How many of you out there remember me telling you the story that I called the Dolphins? I even have told that story to some of the beat guys because I'm sure they don't have that insight that I do. Okay? And I told the Dolphins that I'm not a Liam fan. And they told me I don't know what I'm talking about. Do you guys remember that? Anybody remember that? I'm just wondering. Let me look at the bottom of it. 1,000 times says man of 1,005. Frankie Fresco says you have. No doubt says I remember. Zuko says this is like 10 times now. Block Bromar. Please block Bromar right now, Sean. Get rid of his sorry ass. I love Greer. I think he's a hell of a GM. I think he screwed up with Eichenberg. Doesn't mean I want to fire Chris Greer, but I think he screwed up with Eichenberg. I told the Dolphins they screwed up with Eichenberg. You idiot. So, see that the problem is, Bromar, you're too quick to try to be the smart ass, but I'm the bigger smart ass here. And what a lot of you need to learn is if you want to be an asshole, I can be a bigger asshole. A much bigger asshole. So if you don't have the facts, don't run your mouth. Now you can't comment again. Now you're going to have to open up another. This will be your third email account to try to get in. Now you can't get in at all. See? There it goes. Listen to the show. Pay attention. Okay? I don't ever tell you that Chris Greer is perfect. As much as I like him, as much as I think he's the best GM we've had here in decades. Best GM by miles. Is he perfect? Of course not. But you were dying for him to fail with Austin Jackson and Eichenberg. But apparently Austin Jackson's not a failure anymore. Because he actually wasn't a problem 2 days ago. He actually did a serviceable job again. And that was against the Bills. He did all right. In fact, Robert Hunt played worse than Austin Jackson. How do you like them apples? So, I mean, listen, man, I'm a Chris Greer guy. I'm telling you, the Chubb trade, it ain't working out. But just because one or two things or three things don't work out, there's 30 others that are working out. So it goes like that, and that's how it goes. And the weight is overbalanced compared to all the good things that Chris Greer does compared to a couple of the bad things that he's supposed to do, because you're human beings. But don't make it sound like I don't criticize when they make bad moves, because I do. And I've said, as much as I like Chris Greer, he screwed up in his hiring of Brian Flores, and now made up for it with Mike McDaniel, who can build a staff. That's if Fangio's for real, and obviously knows offense. But you got to listen. Problem is, you're too quick. You want to be the smart ass. You want to go after people. You think you're Mr. Tough Guy. And then in the end, you get stomped. Bromar, you were the Dolphins in this case, and I was Matt Milano. And I sacked your ass. You're out of here. Big O has been criticizing the Dolphins all my life, but he will give them credit when it's earned. Of course. That's all. Just because the Eichenberg thing ain't working out doesn't mean I want this guy fired. He found Wynn, and he found Kendall Lamb. And you know what I'm saying? And so, they're fighting other people. It's super easy to say Eichenberg didn't work out. I get it. But he got you Robert Jones at least last year, a serviceable lineman to get by. You got by with Brandon Shell on the right tackle because Austin Jackson was injured. You found Robert Hunt. Connor's actually done a really good job, a couple of snaps, but his blocking is beastly, dude. Beastly. That's why you can almost live with a bad snap or two from the guy if you're going to block the way, because he's not going to whiff, he's not going to miss, he's not going to do the Eichenberg things. So it's really quick to point at the negative, but then you fail to, point at the positives. But that's fine. That's why, Bromar, you're dumb and you get blocked again. It's just so stupid. Some of you out there, you got to pay attention to the show. All right, I know some super chats have come in. Let's line those up there for me. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show, Cash App or Venmo. And, of course, you can make a Bitcoin donation, which we love our Bitcoin donations. Peter German on Venmo. Thank you, sir. Cash App or Venmo, Cash Big O Show. How can you expect this team to dominate when coach is finesse? He refuses to run the ball in soft middle linebackers. Yeah, the middle linebackers, I think with Long, you got to play him all the time. You can't keep pulling him. He's probably your best one out of that group, right? Baker probably fit the other scheme, but does not fit what you're doing now, just like Agba. These are things that he's going to have to weed out after the first year. We've talked about that. But where I am disappointed in Vic Fangio is that he's not adjusting his scheme to what you have at least. So if what you have can't do certain things, well, do it adjust. And he has not adjusted. So that's the part that I find unacceptable, Peter. Thank you, sir, as always, for your continued support here on the program. And don't forget, visit our sponsors, hit the like button, hit the hell out of the like button, please. Watch as much as you can. Even if you got to walk away, let it play. Any of our videos, watch Sean and Frankie, hit the wrestling show, let it play. Any of our interviews, let them play. You know what I'm saying? That's another way you guys can support us. All right, let's go with the first one. What do you got for me there? True Fin fan, damn, you dead right. So how should I react? You should react like a pissed off fan that wants to see the Miami Dolphins play at a high level against high-quality opponents. This show that we've watched for years now of winning against the crappy teams more often than not and losing against the better teams more often than not has got to end. You got to win the games you're supposed to win. That's fine. But you got to start winning against the better teams. And we got to stop getting giddy. And that was my fault too. I got crazy. I got on board. I thought they were ready to turn the corner, and I was foolish, thinking that, they're ready for this. They're ready. These 3 wins, the offense, they're going to be a juggernaut for everybody, and they weren't. And I was wrong. And so until they start winning multiple games against good, not a fluke win again. The next game against Buffalo is not enough. Even if you win that doesn't mean shit, dude. When that Buffalo, if I'm correct, Sean, they play the Chiefs and the Eagles before the Bills again, correct? I'm correct on that, right? Okay. Do you know how that Buffalo win, I'm sorry, the Buffalo game at the end of the season, if it's a win, if it means something, do you know when it means something? If you beat Philadelphia and the Chiefs. Okay? But if you lost to Philadelphia and the Chiefs and you beat Buffalo, and so your top 4 games, you only won one of them, it doesn't mean shit to me. It means that you're a fluky team, that any team in the NFL can beat any team. Look at the Jets, dude. Zach Wilson completes a couple passes, and you're almost surprising Kansas City. What do you got for me, Sean? I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say they play them week 18. The last week of the season is Buffalo.
Okay, so there you go. But if you lose to Kansas City and Philadelphia, and then you beat Buffalo at the end, that doesn't mean shit to me, dude. It means nothing. You got to start winning these games. Those are the games that we're going to find out if you've crossed the threshold. If you keep beating all the middling and lesser teams, that's who you are anyways. That's who you've been for 25 years, for 30 years. You've been the team that can win 8 to 10 games, barely sneak into the playoffs once in a blue moon. That's who the Dolphins have always been for decades now. Be somebody else. Be great. That's what I need. So that's how you should think from here on out. Enough already. We have to take the negative approach that the negative people took up to this game. They were the right ones. We were the wrong ones. We were the wrong ones to get all positive about their 3-0 start and thinking, we got to stop thinking that they've turned the corner until they've turned the corner. That's what we need to do. Oh, you beat the Giants? Golf clap. Oh, you beat the Carolina? Golf clap. That's nice. Big deal. I'm not impressed. Okay? Not impressed. Oh, you beat the Eagles? Now we're talking. You beat Kansas City. Ha! Now we're talking. You beat Buffalo. Now you're real. But you keep losing those games. I don't care what you win during the regular season. I already know what you are. You're a fraud. So that's unfortunately your friend, and we all have them, that had that approach. Same Dolphins until they prove it. I'm not. They were right. Every single one of them was right because it's been going on for decades. So why should you be foolish like I was, and many of you out there that drank the same Kool-Aid I did, and we just wanted to give them the Dolphins no longer deserve the benefit of any doubt whatsoever. None. Until proven otherwise, they get nothing. Period. End of story. Nothing. They will not get one break anymore on this show at all. I will never give them another break again. I will never be ultra positive for them and give them the benefit of any doubt whatsoever. Why? I'm tired of getting screwed. I'm tired of trusting something that can't be trusted. Okay? That's it. The Dolphins are worse than any cheating wife out there in the history of mankind. This bitch will sleep with everybody. Okay? Your Dolphins are whores. That's all. Never believe that they'll be loyal. Never believe that they love you. Never believe any of that. because every single time they break your heart. Every single time they're sleeping around. That's who they are. They're never, ever loyal to winning. They're never, ever the team that you can count on. So treat them that way. And that's the way they're going to get treated. You know, I've treated them that way for many years. I'm going back to that. That's the treatment that Mike McDaniel now gets from here on out. Impress me with real wins. Don't give me this fluff shit, beating choking Herbert or the Patriots that have no quarterback or the Denver Broncos that are a complete mess. Not impressed, dude. I'm not impressed. And I'm not going to fall for your 70 points, and I'm not going to fall for the banana in the tailpipe. I'm not doing that anymore. Okay? You embarrassed the Dolphin Nation this Sunday, and you embarrassed me for the last time. I'm done. I'm done. You want praise? Fucking earn it, bro. I'm not giving you shit anymore. I'm tired of giving you guys anything. I'm tired of giving the Dolphins any benefit of the doubt. Screw that. Screw that whore. Next up. Rick Schuppe. Big O, I could not have said it better. Thank you so much. You don't put your best guy on their best guy. No, you don't put your best guy on their best guy, regardless of scheme. It's total bullshit. Yeah. It was an absolute mistake, and it was an embarrassing act by Vic Fangio. And the fact that he doesn't adjust his scheme to the talent, you're no Don Shula, baby. You're no Eric Spoelstra. Bro, Eric Spoelstra, on his worst week as a coach, is 1,000 times better than Vic Fangio has ever been in his life. In his entire life. I don't give a shit what he's done because he's only been a coordinator. A great coordinator, but that's it. Talk about Spo. That guy adjusts to everything he has. He doesn't force anything to play one style. No, he looks at what he has, and then he adjusts his offense and his defense to what he has. Every single time. And if there's injuries, then he looks at it and he changes everything. Fucking love that guy, dude. God, man, Spo is so freaking good. Best NBA coach we've ever had in this town. Yeah, I said it. Maybe the second best coach we've ever had in this town, next to Don Shula. Yeah, I said it. Next up. Cap for Life, 100% agree, Big O. When we winning a statement game, yeah. Until you start winning statement games, not a game. I'm not talking about a game. Games. I need to start seeing you win several of these games before I believe it. I am no longer believing it, even if you beat them one time, because it doesn't mean anything to me. Until you can do it consecutively, then I'll believe you. Next up, thank you, Cap for Life. Cam can't Finns win. What is it? Cam. I don't know what that means. Cam Finns, we win big statement games. Oh, well, yeah, they can't win big statement games.
He was asking Cam when Cam was on. This was when Cam
Cam
was
okay,
saying,
I'm so sorry.
why can't Finns win big statement games?
Been going on for decades now. Decades, dude. Jimmy Johnson all the way through. Jimmy Johnson couldn't win any statement games either. He couldn't have been a bigger choking dog in the big games. Next up. Hunter Butler, I want to hear your thoughts on the sphere concept. I will. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you in the next hour. I'll go through some music and entertainment, and I'll talk sphere, and I'll explain all of that. So I will. Thank you, Hunter Butler. Appreciate it. Devin Jordan, Big O, I'm sorry, but I am not signing Wilkins. No, of course not. Neither is. You think Chris Greer is? He's with you, Devin, 100%. I use that money to extend Tua, Hunt, and Connor Williams. I have no problem with anything you said there. Yes, there's no way you bring Christian Wilkins back. In fact, Christian Wilkins, now you might have to pay him less than whatever you offered him. Now you probably have to lower the price a little bit more now. Yeah, you need sack guys. You need guys that are going to come through in big moments, in big games, and nobody on that defense is coming through in big moments except for Andrew Van Ginkel is the only mother effer on that team on Sunday. That's the only guy that played with no fear. That's the only guy that played like a werewolf. That's the only guy that would not be denied. The rest of that team, we'll talk about what went on in hour number 3 with that. I'm gonna shed some light on that shit too. That Tua shed some light on it, and we're gonna talk about that. Next up, Mike No Go Zones. It was great seeing you at Walk-Ons. As a Giants fan, I'm already conceding next Sunday's game. Oh, man. Yeah, the Giants are bad. They're frauds. Yeah. But, hey, my Dolphins are a little better, but they're still frauds too. All right, Mike? So, there's nothing else I can do. I certainly can't call our Dolphin team the real deal. They're a bunch of frauds. They just sleep around with everybody. The whore you can't trust. Richard Ray, thank you for the love on Super Chat here. Hey, big girl, chances are that if we want to win the Super Bowl, we're going to have to play the Bills, the Chiefs, and the Eagles. So we need to show that we can beat them in the regular season. Exactly. But winning one of them doesn't mean shit. You are correct, Richard Ray. Nelson Alfonso, Orlando, you still want to give Wilkins big money? I never wanted to give him big money, but I figured he would get his 18-20 million. Where are the Phillips 10+ sacks? Nobody said he was going to get 10+ sacks. Oh, Phillips, yes. Well, he's injured right now. He ain't getting shit right now. Javon, 8+ picks you talked about all offseason. Well, it ain't happening right now. So what can I tell you? But you can keep waiting for it if you want. Or you can ask me in 3 weeks about it. Next up. That's it? Okay, good. All right. 11:59. Perfect. Top of the hour. Let's do it. Before we break, let's tell you about Cutter's Edge Pro. We love talking about Will, Mike, all the great people out there at Cutter's Edge Pro. If you, by the way, want to take your home, your business to the next level, call my guy, William Quigley. They are second to none. 954-472-0622. Dade, Broward, Palm Beach counties. It doesn't matter. Go to their Instagram page so you can see a lot of their before and after. All right? You can see a lot of the work that they've done. You might even see my house. We built a putting green on the side of my house, which is really cool. Got the artificial turf for the dogs. If you own dogs, artificial turf is the greatest invention of mankind. The greatest invention. I'm telling you, it is so awesome. So check it out. Call Cutter's Edge Pro, 954-472-0622. Really easy to maintain. Dogs love it. And you're going to love it. Your wife's going to love it. Why? Because the dogs go outside and they never bring any dirt, any mud, anything inside because there's nothing to bring inside off the artificial turf. And even when you go to the backyard with the dogs, you won't bring anything inside the house and your wife won't be screaming at you, hey, I just mopped the floors, you idiot. You're dirtying the floor. There are prints of dog prints all over the damn floor. That ever happen? Won't happen with artificial turf. Call them, man. I'm telling you. 954-472-0622. Hour number 3 is next.
For over 16 years, ejdconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why ejdconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for ejdconstruction.com.
Welcome to Caneswear. New store, new items, same great experience. Family owned and operated since 2010, Caneswear has the latest merchandise from the Miami Hurricanes, Miami Dolphins, Florida Panthers, Inter Miami CF, and more. Come visit us at our store in Davie on University Drive, just south of 595, or online at caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot Miami fans shop.
Oh, great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slomin's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welton Rayon has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayon, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayon can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayon can help. Call 954-966-4646.
Statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Back, baby. Hour number 3 of the program. Man, I've got so much stuff to get off my chest. It's this is one of those shows, those type of shows where it just will continue and continue and continue to talk about. By the way, how about a victory cigar, not for the frauds that are the Miami Dolphins, but for the Miami Marlins. Let's give them a victory cigar for over the weekend. Fire away. As they ended up getting the final victory they needed. They didn't have to replay that Mets game, and they made the playoffs, and they're now taking on the Phillies tonight. Jesus Luzardo taking on Zach Wheeler. Wednesday, it'll be Braxton Garrett and Aaron Nola. Just an amazing, amazing, amazing accomplishment. So I just want to give them a little love because they deserve it. Just fantastic, man. So I did not see this coming like most of us. I didn't see it coming. I don't think they're going to make any noise in the playoffs. I don't even think this is 2003 or anything like that. But the fact that they made the playoffs, that alone is a great, great accomplishment for Bruce Sherman, for Kim Eng, and obviously Schumacher. And give Kim Eng some credit because she hired Schumacher, okay? And give Kim Eng credit because she got a lot of these players, and even the Josh Bell trade, which
doesn't necessarily get people excited and all that kind of stuff. But those trades, they made an impact on this team. They helped out. And I know you're going to end up losing one, but I think, Josh Bell, you're controlling for several years, for a few more years. So that's pretty cool. But just want to give the Marlins a little love because I did not at all see this coming whatsoever, man. So props to them. Let's go with our 3A Graphics sports calendar. Why don't we? 980 West 22nd Street in Hialeah. Call my guy, Alan Blanco. If your company, your fantasy team, your club, whatever it is, you need uniforms or you need some kind of new fantasy shirt for your club or whatever it is, you guys are going to run a half marathon, a 5-mile marathon, and you all want to print some shirts, whatever it is, call the great people at Custom Printing and Embroidery. By the way, their work is second to none. A lot of you that were able to win some of our Big O shirts over in Las Vegas for the Las Vegas Dolphin Club. You know what I'm talking about. So we'll be giving those out too here on the show and in different spots that we go to. So looking forward to that. But please call 3A Graphics Sports Calendar Sports. 3A Graphics if you're looking for custom printing and embroidery. Now let's go over our sports calendar. Today, like I told you, at 8 o'clock, Marlins will start the playoffs. Jesus Luzardo taking on the Phillies. Zach Wheeler, 8 p.m. for the first pitch. The Seahawks beat the Giants last night, 24-3. They improved to 3-1. The Giants are 1-3. That's Miami's next opponent, which it's Sunday at 1 o'clock. And the Dolphins are favored by 10.5 points in that one. The over and under is 49.5. Dolphins are plus 400 on the money line. The Giants are minus 535. Wednesday, Inter Miami will host Chicago Fire. We'll visit the Chicago Fire. 8:30 is the game time. So that is your 3A Graphics sports calendar. 786-618-1443. Give them a ring. All right. I think we got a couple of more. Here we go. Frankie Fresco with a super chat. He says, Dolphins getting at least 3 sacks against the Giants. Okay. That's nice. It doesn't do anything for me, but, you're supposed to win that game. So, but I appreciate it, Frankie. Victory Cigar for AEW getting Edge. What does that mean? What would they got? What, Edrin James or something joined AEW? Are they getting Edge energy drink or what are they doing?
First off, Mr. AEW is wrong. They did not get Edge. They got Adam Copeland. So he was a wrestler in WWE, Edge, Hall of Famer, and he is now with AEW. But he's not using Edge. He is Adam Copeland. So technically, that is a dumb super chat.
Damn, Frankie. You got your super chat trash there, bro.
Save your brain cells. Stupid chat. Stupid chat. Stupid chat.
Oh, Samuel Dualemoto. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you with the love on Cash App. Very nice of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you immensely. Thank you all out there, as always, for supporting the show. Remember, smash the hell out of the like button. Very important you smash the like button, okay? All right, let's get to it. Let's talk a little Canes, and we'll get back to talking a little Dolphins. I got some stuff I got to also share on the Heat because, while the Dolphins are incredibly fraudulent, the Miami Heat is using some smoke and mirrors on you, and we'll explain that also. But next, let's talk a little Miami Hurricanes. They're back in action this week. Manny Navarro and our Caneswear Miami Hurricanes report.
The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyAccess.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
If you're a Miami sports fan, there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2655 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Time for Canes fans to get what they want. Information, insight, and perspective. It's the Canesware Miami Hurricanes Report with Manny Navarro. Exclusively on the Big O Radio Show. Here's Big O and insider Manny Navarro.
Oh, Manny Navarro. How are you doing, sir? How was your weekend?
It was fabulous. I got to spend a little bit of time with the family, not have to go out and travel anywhere to a football game. But I was watching football. I just wasn't, doing it in a stadium. So it was a nice weekend.
Okay, so we are going over what happened with the Dolphins, obviously, and unfortunately, those fans out there, because I did something stupid. I gave them the benefit of the doubt, and I thought at 3-0 in the offense, and they were ready to turn the corner. But we had that group of Dolphin fans that were actually they had the right attitude. I'm not doing it. Same old Dolphins until they do it. I'm not going to believe it. This, that. They had the right attitude. Because unfortunately, the Dolphins proved once again what they've been for 30 years. They're a fraudulent team. More often than not, they'll beat the shitty teams, and then they'll struggle against the real teams more often than not. And so the Hurricanes have kind of that team too at times too, that they can sometimes some wins against crappy teams. But lately, under other coaches, they were, even with Mario last year, they were even losing to the crappy teams.
Right.
This year, Miami is 4-1. 4-0. And already on their schedule, they beat a Texas A&M team who is 4-1, by the way, who has won all their games except the Miami game that they ended up losing. So, overall, you start looking at it and you start saying, okay, is Miami farther from fraudulent than the Miami Dolphins? Like, we know the Dolphins are frauds. How about the University of Miami? Does Mario Cristobal have them closer to being legit contenders than frauds?
It's a hard question to answer, because I think the one element that you have to remember here with Miami is these kids have shown that tendency to lose focus, right, in the past. Whereas I think professional athletes, like the Dolphins getting exposed on defense, they were Sunday was, okay, they haven't necessarily upgraded that position, right? There's some holes in that defense, and offensively, they faced a team that made adjustments to what they had been doing. With college kids, sometimes it's just a mental sort of fart that happens, right? And so I have yet to see a Miami team since the last national championship team sort of show the traits where they're not human, where they have mental farts, where they don't show up. And I think it's still to be determined. Like, we'll know, like a weekend like this one coming up against Georgia Tech, who is terrible on defense. This is one of those perfect trap games for Miami, because the next 2 weeks after this game against Georgia Tech are real opponents. You have North Carolina, you have Clemson back to back. This is the kind of game that Miami, the old Miami teams, would show up to, and then all of a sudden you're like, okay, they're supposed to kill Georgia Tech this week. But they're in the fourth quarter and they're clinging to a field goal lead and having to survive. Like, even the 2017 team did this at times. So I'm not ready to say that they are completely past all the BS, but I'm certainly willing to say this is as good as they've looked in a while. And I'm confident in Mario Cristobal that he's going to do his job to make sure the guys are ready to play.
Let me do quick math here. 128-17 against Miami of Ohio, Bethune-Cookman, and Temple.
Yeah. No, listen, they took care of business those first four games, but I also think,
which is what they did not do in prior years, actually. So
correct.
I have a little more hope that this team now, this this version here, because he flushed out a lot of shit from the team last year. And so it just looks like he brought in just a completely new attitude also with those 40 kids. And so that's kind of why I think things are changing, because I just gave you the total of those 3 games. And so that tells me at least, you're getting more. What I would say is they're getting a little bit more away from being that fraud.
No, they are, and I think Mario is the key to that all, because he's very focused. I just asked Tyler Van Dyke during the media session, the Zoom media session we had with some of the players a little while ago. I said, Tyler, you guys had a bye week last week. Did you do anything for fun? He said, yeah, we went to Putt Shack. They played mini golf. I think we know what some of the former Hurricanes teams would be doing, right? If they were 4-0 and feeling good about themselves. So
yeah, but those great. Are you talking about the great ones, or are you talking about the shitty ones as of late?
I'm saying even the shitty ones, like even the bad ones. Oh,
the great ones used to go party. They're like
they
Mike
could do that though. They could do that because they just had to show up Saturday and
yeah. Michael will be playing till like 3 a.m.
Yeah,
he'll go to McDonald's drive-through and then score 50 points on your ass. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
so
right.
The old Canes were doing that kind of. These newer Canes, yeah, they got complacent really quick, and that I guess they're battling complacency more than the rambling wreck this week, is what you're saying.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the question, and how much of it is real? And I guess for me, I look at 20 years of proof of these are so many examples of the last 20 years where they became, even when they had a little bit of success, it always seemed that they had a stinker in there, right? Somewhere in there where they were not gonna show up and play the way that they were supposed to. But look, they go out and they dominate Georgia Tech this week like they're supposed to. I think they're what are they, a 17-point favorite, 17.5-point favorite?
Yeah,
or
it's something
like
ridiculous. It's a ridiculous number. Yeah.
They go out there and win this game by 3 or 4 touchdowns like they should, because again, Georgia Tech is horrendous on defense. And against the run in particular, which is what Miami should be doing against them. I want to see Miami run for 300 yards against them again. I think if they do that, then you say, okay, this feels a little bit more real. They took a bye week, because remember what their record was after bye weeks under Manny Diaz? Do you remember that? They couldn't win a game after a bye week.
Terrible. Yeah, they would lose every time. Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
So, and it was like, lose your focus, right? And so to me, that's I want to see that before I'm completely like, okay, this is a completely different team. That's all. One more hurdle to cross. Do it this week.
The what's it called? The safety. Good
Cam
news.
Kitchens. Yes. Cam Kitchens is back this week. Again, it's what I told you. They were going to be very, take all the precautions in the world to make sure that he's 100%. You had 2 easy opponents the last 2 weeks in Bethune-Cookman and Temple, and there was no reason to rush him back. Plus, you had the bye week, which was going to give him another week away from football to fully get over, the issues that he was dealing with. So I think ultimately here, man, they're in as good a shape health-wise heading into the meat of their schedule as they've been in a long time. And I don't think there's going to be any excuses when they line up and play North Carolina in 2 weeks, when they line up and play Clemson. Like, you're basically at full strength. So as long as they get out of this game Saturday without any major injuries, that'll be the case.
Dude, and it comes out perfect because he gets the 3 weeks of rest, and then he gets a week of playing Georgia Tech before the tough 2 games too. So
right, nice little warm up
to football shape, and gets back into the groove before those 2 games. I think that's really cool. It's unlike, let's say, I don't know, Vic Fangio saying, "Hey, Brandon Jones, you haven't played for a while. You're coming off a knee injury. Hey, why don't you bench Deshaun Elliott and start you against the Bills? Because that makes a lot of sense,
Yeah,
that kind of stupidity, that kind of moronic decisions by certain people sometimes will burn you. You know what I'm saying? So it really works out for Cam Kitchens. I know they should win. I know they should dominate. What's the fear of Georgia Tech?
That they can score some points and they have some receivers that can make plays, just that they're explosive in that regard. And they had 8 sacks against Wake Forest, who, by the way, gives up sacks to everybody, but they did have 8 sacks against Wake Forest. So they can bring pressure, and they've got some guys at the receiver position that can make plays. So those are two elements where, let's say Miami starts turning the ball over, which is what they haven't done all year. They've protected it really, really well. But let's say Tyler has a bad day. There's some balls that bounce off guys' hands, and you're giving Georgia Tech a short field. That's what you fear. You don't want to keep them in the game with your mistakes, because they can score points, and they can get to the quarterback and hit them. So those are the only two areas that I think you say, okay, this is what we got to guard against these guys.
Is any issues with Miami going into this game? Anything to be concerned about? Because you said they were pretty healthy, so it looks like overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll see if we get Akeem Mesidor and Branson Dean back, those two defensive linemen that have also been out since the Texas A&M game. Mario's not making any promises, I think, with any of those guys. And then Elijah Arroyo, who's yet to play, your tight end. Miami's done all this, by the way, without really having a tight end on offense. So Elijah is the one guy that I think they trust to line up and block and go out and catch passes. And Riley Williams, a true freshman, has had moments where he's flashed, but reality is Miami's put up all these points and had all this offensive success without even using a tight end to this point. So that's a wrinkle that I think will be interesting to monitor when we get to North Carolina and Clemson. Is are you sort of saving that extra layer of your offense for those guys so that you have something new to throw at them?
I know you were you got an article in the Athletic talking about the race for the Heisman and your voting and all that. What'd you think of Caleb coming out saying, well, I can make more money next year in NIL than I would as a rookie quarterback, so I'm going to see who's there, because he gave I forgot the 5 teams he gave that he would play for. Dolphin fans, no, you weren't included in it. Relax already. So stop for, I know the Tua haters are going to be, piling on right away. Right. But what'd you think of that? Because it is true, guys like Caleb and Sanders' kid, they both can make more money from NIL than they could their rookie year as a quarterback. So they can kind of control where they go, at least for 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, listen, it's interesting, and this is what NIL was honestly really meant to do, which is to keep some kids in school that probably shouldn't be leaving early. Caleb Williams is obviously an exception; he'd be the number 1 pick regardless. But I think there's a lot of other guys, certainly, other guys in years past, right, that have left the University of Miami, and you said, well, why the hell did that guy enter the draft? He went in the 7th round, or he went in the 6th round. Well, NIL exists now, so there's no reason for him to leave. If he can get enough money to do what he needs to do for his family, etc. So, look, Caleb Williams, just like every other elite number 1 quarterback who didn't want to go to a shitty team, he's going to say whatever he wants. Him and his father are going to say whatever they want to try to get themselves in a good situation. And look at Bryce Young this year, right? That Carolina team is pretty awful around him, and they're 0-4, and he's struggling. And so I can't blame Caleb Williams for looking at that situation and say, man, do I really got to go play for the Bears, or do I really got to go play for, somebody else like the Raiders, who are horrible? I don't know. I didn't even look at the list of which teams he put there, but
he put Dallas, and I'm like, why? Why would you want to go to Dallas? It's like they're always a mess. They're that guy, that owner. Why do you want to play for that guy? It's like, well, whatever. I get it. Maybe he's a Cowboys fan since he was a kid or something like that. But yeah, he did put the Cowboys there, which was kind of weird, because like they don't win anything, but it's odd. All right. What are you working on the Athletic to get Canes fans ready for Georgia Tech and the Ramblin' Wreck?
Well, we'll have more ACC coverage, our ACC power rankings. I think we're gonna have a mailbag again soon. I have a story coming out on one of the top local prospects, Raja Bell. Remember Raja Bell? His son Dia is a 10th grader at Plantation American Heritage. He's one of the best quarterbacks in the country in the 2026 class. I know Miami's after him, and a whole bunch of other teams in state are doing a little feature on him, on Dia. So that's something to read. And look, man, there's just a ton of stuff every week in the Athletic. So subscribe, read, listen to my podcast, the Wide Right Podcast. I do that every single week to provide lots of Canes coverage. So that's what they can do.
There you go. Follow him on Twitter at Manny_Navarro. Manny, as always, thank you. We will catch up on Friday, my friend.
All right, brother. Take care.
You got it. Go to Caneswear.com. If you order over $100, you will get free shipping. If you use my code BIGO10, you will get 10% off. Whether you go in person or online, use our code BIGO10. All right, I don't say it enough. So use our code BIGO10 to get 10% off. They got anything and everything practically with the Canes logo on it. They've got Dolphins gear, Panthers gear, Inter Miami gear. They got it all, dude, all right? Heat gear, all kinds of stuff. Caneswear.com.
Welcome to Caneswear. New store, new items, same great experience. Family owned and operated since 2010, Caneswear has the latest merchandise from the Miami Hurricanes, Miami Dolphins, Florida Panthers, Inter Miami CF, and more. Come visit us at our store in Davie on University Drive, just south of 595, or online at Caneswear.com. Caneswear, the spot Miami fans shop.
There we go. The spot where Miami fans shop. There you go. It's a beautiful thing. So Doug Dickman says they are not frauds. They just met a better team. Frauds is a bit harsh. So, a bit harsh, huh? I'm just wondering. So when you're playing better teams and you lose constantly to better teams, is that a bit harsh? I'm not sure. Or maybe you're just soft. Right? Maybe you're just soft and you can't admit the truth. And maybe you're so much of a fan, Dickman, that it hurts you to admit that they're frauds. But they're frauds. So what they do, they beat the lesser teams and they lose to the better teams. Right? It's kind of what let me pick a season. Let's go with, I don't know, let's go 2019. Right? Well, that wasn't a lot of wins, so that's not fair. Let me go 2018 because that was Flo's first year. They gutted that team. I'm not going to do that. So you beat Tannehill, you beat the Jets. It's crap. You beat Oakland, crap. You lose to New England. You lose to Green Bay that year. You beat Buffalo. Now the question is, in 2018 for Buffalo, you got to win, right? You pick up a victory. Can you do more than that? That's the problem, right? You end up losing to Buffalo at the end of the season, 42-17. You did win 21-17 at least, but you ended up losing 42-17. You end up losing to the good teams. You look at your schedule every year, and more often than not, you're dropping games against good teams. 2017, you beat the Chargers. They weren't that good. You lose to New Orleans. They were pretty good. I don't know, was 17. I don't know who was their quarterback for Tennessee. Were probably not that impressive. Atlanta, not that impressive. The Jets, not that impressive. You lose to Baltimore 40-0. You lose to New England. You lose to Buffalo. I don't know if KC was good in 2017. I'm trying to remember, but you lost to them. And then you lost to Buffalo 2 out of the last 3 weeks that season in 2017. Just go look at the schedule, Doug, every single time. You can pick any year you want out of the last 20 years, 25 years, 30 years. And the tough teams on that schedule, you lost most of those games every single time. The Dolphins are frauds. That's who they are. They've been this fraudulent, middling team forever now. They beat the crappy teams more often than not, And more often than not, once in a while they'll sneak in a win, but more often than not, they will lose to the better teams. It's what it is. That's frauds. When you're 3-0 and you think you can be, and I'm glad you led me to this because I wanted to talk about this today. I wanted to talk about, not only are they frauds, but they also can't even be honest with themselves. They actually believe their own bullshit. If you can, do you have those pictures I sent you there, Sean? Let's pull up those pictures because, the Dolphins were an underdog in this game, right? They were a 2.5-point underdog in this game. So the Dolphin players were getting on the plane with an emoji that was questioning why they were underdogs, right? And let's show the folks if you didn't see this. And the Buffalo Bills then ended up trolling them in a beautiful fashion, right? So you had Dolphin players, all right, with the emojis, right? And, questioning like, why are we underdogs? Well, guys, you haven't accomplished shit. You should be underdogs. You should be humble. You should shut up. You should use it as motivation, but you shouldn't use it as advertising. And you're going to hear a soundbite from Tua where he talks about how, this league will humble you. I'm paraphrasing. The league will humble you, and eventually, maybe some people needed to be humbled. I bet you Tua wasn't wearing one of those shirts. So you got a bunch of guys on this team buying their own bullshit. This is why you don't accomplish anything. This is why the Miami Dolphins constantly are frauds. Because you're dumb enough to buy your own bullshit. It's ridiculous. You're supposed to be underdogs, bro. Buffalo owns your ass. You're going to Buffalo. They're established. They win all the time. They may not win the big game. That's Josh Allen's problem, and that's a knock you can have on him. But boy, he bitch slaps you all the time. You are Josh Allen's bitch. You are the Buffalo Bills bitch. Who are you to wear an emoji that questions why you're an underdog? So you see what the Buffalo players did in the game? There's the other tweet. And they're like this. They saw the emoji shirts. And they're doing the emoji on the sidelines in the game. Because the Bills get the last laugh every single time. And if you're the Miami Dolphins, you need to shut up. You need to shut up and know your place. Know your place. You're the little brother. You're the redheaded stepchild. You're the ugly duckling. So until you have proven that you belong in the table with the grown-ups, you stay with the little kids in that table. That's who you are. And you idiots wearing shirts with emojis, you are buying your own bullshit. And that is the perfect sign of a team that can't handle success. And the Miami Dolphins for decades can't handle success. They lack professionalism. That's what they do. That's why you get routed 48-20, because you didn't go in focused, you didn't go in humbled, and you didn't respect your opponent. That's what happens. And then your opponent ends up getting the last laugh on you. So, Doug, that's a fraud right there. A fraud is one who thinks they're great, who thinks they belong, and yet when it comes time to prove that you belong, you never end up proving that you belong. So you're a fraud. You talk a lot of shit, but you can't back it up. So let's hear from Tua. Listen to his soundbite. Listen to what he had to say about this thumping of the Buffalo Bills. Fire away, Sean Stanley.
I would say from my standpoint, I didn't feel as if any of the guys in the locker room took it in a way of, oh yeah, like we won by this much, that's how it's going to feel the next game, and the next game it's going to carry over. I didn't feel like that was necessarily the deal. But we did understand and we did know that this was going to be a tough opponent regardless. And so these guys aren't going to care what we did last week. You know, I don't think any other team is going to care what team they have next did prior. You know, guys are going to come out and guys are going to play, and this is the league, and this is how it works. And it's very good because I would say it's also very humbling for a lot of people to be able to have the highest high, and then you lose in a manner like this. And yeah, it's very humbling, and it's you know, for some it's much needed.
Contradicts himself in the statement. They say, oh, I don't think the guys, you know, overlooked or whatever. I'm paraphrasing, you know, the game. But then at the end, he says it was humbling and maybe some guys needed it. And the idiots with the emoji shirts are the ones that needed it because they were buying their own press. It's very dangerous for players and teams. You know what? Let the media and the fans buy all the bullshit. We can do that because we're not playing the game, and we can be wrong because we're not going to pay any price. But if you're a player and you've never accomplished anything as a team, which the Dolphins have never accomplished anything as a team for decades now, like for decades, they haven't accomplished anything respectable. Nothing. Barely getting into the playoffs is a joke. Okay? And I get it for younger fans. They get a little bit more sensitive about this shit. But those of us older fans, we kind of lived through Shula. You know, this ain't shit, dude. Okay? This ain't shit. You've accomplished nothing. I don't want to hear about, you know, some stupid ass game that you avoided 0-16. I don't want to hear about the Miami Miracle. I don't give a crap about any of the junk that has happened for the last 25 years. The only thing good that's happened in the last 30 years is some individual seasons by certain people like Zach and Jason, but collectively, they have accomplished nothing. Nothing. Why? Because Doug has no balls. Even though his name is Dickman, he has no balls, and he can't admit that they're frauds. And that's what frauds do. They accomplish nothing in life. And the Miami Dolphins have accomplished nothing. And until they take that attitude that we are nobodies and we've accomplished nothing, they will not become something. The second they have just a little bit of success, they're already filling their heads up and they think there's something special that they can wear emoji shirts. Then you're a bunch of frauds. Okay? Because if you want to talk the talk, you got to walk the walk. And that's the problem with the Miami Dolphins. You have never even walked the walk. What gives you the balls to talk anything? That's the interesting part. You're an absolutely nobody of a team. So you won 3 games. Big deal. All of a sudden now you're wearing emoji shirts like you're above being a dog on the road to the Buffalo Bills who own your ass. Who the hell are you to wear an emoji shirt? Seriously. Like, who the fuck are you to wear an emoji shirt if you're the Miami Dolphins? Humble your ass, dude. You need to humble your ass. Understand, you've accomplished nothing. I don't care if you're 7-0. It means nothing. Have you done something in the playoffs? No, because you're frauds. Okay? That's it. You're frauds. Even though Mr. Dickman doesn't want to admit it, that they're frauds. But that's what you are. Until you actually prove things on a consistent basis. Frauds. It's not about winning 2 games or 3, and boy, I'm full of myself. No, it's about getting into the playoffs and making some real noise in the playoffs and winning games and get to an AFC championship game, get to a Super Bowl, win a Super Bowl, win the AFC championship game. Do something for once in your life before you put on an emoji shirt, before you put out your chest, before you give yourself any credit. So that way you're not Javon Holland and you're the number 1 rated safety, and then in the biggest game of the year, you play like dog shit. And I love Javon Holland. But Javon Holland did the same shit every other Dolphin player does over the last 30 years. They put you in a meaningful game and you shit your pants. Can't help you. Can't help you. Welcome aboard, Javon Holland. You're a hell of a player. You shit your pants on Sunday. Bro, you let some guy run your ass over, and then you take a terrible angle on a running back. I guess you were you wearing an emoji shirt? I didn't see. Was he one of the ones wearing an emoji shirt? Man, if you're going to wear an emoji shirt, you better dominate that game. I'd love to find out all the exact names that wore emoji shirts, because I guarantee you that's Chubb right there, right? That's Chubb right there, right? That looks like Chubb. That guy wearing an emoji shirt, that guy's stealing money without a gun and a mask. This guy, that's a guy that needs to be benched. Is that Robert Hunt on the top right? He made a couple of mistakes in that game too. I don't know who's the one on the bottom. I don't know who that is. I can't tell because half of his face is cut off. But I'd love to find out who are all the guys, because I bet you Andrew Van Ginkel didn't wear one of those shirts. So, I'm glad Mr. Dickman brought it up about not being frauds. There are tons of examples why the Miami Dolphins are absolute frauds. So you are frauds until proven otherwise. And that's it. I'll say what you won't hear anywhere else, pretty much in the media, of course. Media. It's what you are, man. Do something about it for once in your life, please. And maybe that way the organization can stop living off the 70s, because that's all this organization can ever do. Live off the 70s. When they actually accomplish something. All right. Big O, I agree with the show. Until we win playoff games, I'm not convinced about this team. Even beating the Eagles, I'm not the one we made it train. No, that's true. It'll be nice to beat the Eagles, beat the Chiefs and the Dolphins and the Bills next after that. And then you can start to really impress me. You got to start winning these games. You got to win the games that matter against the teams that matter. The Giants and Carolina. Oh, well, we're 5-1. Yeah, that's good. I'm happy for you. I'm glad you're happy. That's nice. Do something for once in your life. Yeah. So, Big O, I would argue this goes all the way back, even back to the 90s Shula teams like you, buddy. I fell for it again. So this is the case. Can I get a legendary blind ass fan? We all, you know what? I am first in line. Okay. I'm the first freaking idiot in line for a blind ass fan alert. The rest of you that also were buying this bullshit, you're behind me. Okay? I'm the first idiot. All right? I'm the first moron that deserves this shit because I should have done what I'm telling you we got to do now. Now we just take a absolute wait and see that you can actually beat quality teams on a consistent basis approach. That last, you beat Philly. Great. I'm going to be super happy. I am not going to say you crossed anything. Nothing. Go beat Kansas City and beat Buffalo. Then I think you can make some noise in the playoffs. But if you go and lose to Kansas City and Buffalo, same old Dolphins. Same old Dolphins. Nothing's changed. The faces have, but nothing else has changed. Same results. You're frauds. That's it. Give it to us, Sean. We deserve the blind ass fan alert. Go ahead. Fire away.
Blind ass fan alert. Look out, everyone. We've got a blind ass fan coming through.
We deserve every bit of it. We should be laughed at. We should be ridiculed. It is what it is. Beer noob Eichenberg. Yeah, I know he's rated 44. In fact, what was it? The Dieter is ranked ahead of him. Michael Dieter is a better center than Liam Eichenberg. Liam, listen, man. I've told the story. I guess I've told it again. All that. I'm not an Eichenberg believer. I gave them the benefit of the doubt. Whatever. He did play all right last week because I watched the film. He actually didn't do a bad job, but he's not ready to play against the Bills. He wasn't. He made way too many mistakes, dude. Way too many. And big mistakes. Big mistakes. And you know what Liam Eichenberg's problem is? Okay. You know what it is. I want you to watch the game, and I want you to watch very early in the game. It's the first couple of plays. You won't have to watch much. First couple of plays of the first series for the Dolphins. There's a play where he's holding up Ed Oliver, and he pretty much stops Ed Oliver, right? He does his job, right? But he must have been doing something or something. He did something that kind of like agitated Ed Oliver, right? And Ed Oliver went back after him and got in his face. Didn't get any physical, but got kind of in his face and was saying stuff. And Eichenberg kind of like, just walked away from it and all that. Eichenberg is not a mother. Eichenberg is not a son of a. Eichenberg has no edge to him whatsoever. Okay, sometimes he gets overpowered. I get it. But I don't think it's a lack of strength. I just think it's a lack of nastiness. He has no edge when he plays. He seems to me like maybe he's a nice guy or something. But I don't see a mother effer there. Like you watch Robert Hunt, and that dude will get nasty. You know what I'm saying? Connor Williams is a nasty dude when you watch him blocking. Armstead may be, super slick guy and Mr. Smooth and all that stuff, right? When he's talking, watch him. He's a physical dude when he's out there. Fragile as hell. I get it. He's probably, I think Teron Armstead is the most fragile offensive lineman to ever play in the Miami Dolphins. Seriously, his body can't hold up for shit. But he plays with some, he dominates your ass. All right, so he compartmentalizes. He's like super Mr. Nice Guy off the field, and then on the field, he's a badass. He is. Can't stay healthy, but he's a badass when he can play. There's no doubt about that. But Liam Eichenberg has no edge to his game at all, dude. At all. Kendall Lamb plays fearless. No matter who it is, bro. You could be a badass rusher or a regular guy. Kendall Lamb will, play you tough. When I look at Liam Eichenberg, there's nothing there, dude. There's nothing there. And I'm going to have a conversation very shortly with some of the folks in the building. And I can't wait to see how they explain Liam Eichenberg again to me this time around. They probably are not looking forward to having that conversation with me, because that's when I'm going to hit them with, really, I told you so. You guys get paid for this. You guys are the professionals. I get it. I know you know more than I do, but I was right on this one. Okay? I don't know what corner you told me he was turning last year, but he ain't turning any fucking corner whatsoever. I can't wait to have that conversation with some of the people in the building. I want to hear the hamana going on from the people in the building about Liam Eichenberg. And I get the patience, man. They weren't around him for all these years, so just like Austin Jackson, they were able to save Austin Jackson. They just can't save him. And I think it's because he has no dog in him, to be quite honest. I just don't see it. That game plan by McDaniels and his coaching staff was absolutely high schoolish in preparation. He needs to be more creative and unpredictable. Well, they were ready, bro. And, listen, let's make no bones about what happened on Sunday. McDermott outcoached the shit out of McDaniel. He put, whether it was Milano, whether it was Rapp, whether it was Dane Jackson getting a big hit, Daquan Jones, Ed Oliver, Epinesa, Terrell Bernard, Christian Benford, Rousseau. The names were all over the place. Okay. They schemed it up perfectly. They knew exactly when to not rush and drop back. They knew exactly when to blitz. They blitzed, actually. They blitzed a little bit more than I expected early on, and then late in the game, they saved. Then they kind of went on a lull and and they were able to pressure with 4 guys. But then they unleashed a sack later in the game that was basically a blitz. So they mixed it up. They knew when to flood the zone. They knew how to have their hands up. When you have a shorter quarterback, you use passing lanes, right? Taller quarterbacks are able to throw over the entire offensive line. But when you're Russell Wilson and you're Drew Brees and you're Tua Tagovailoa and stuff like that, you need to use the spaces in between the tackles and the guards and the centers, or to the outsides, right? So they were great at keeping their hands up and making sure that they would flood the passing lanes. And at times, the linebackers were super smart, where they would stay in between the passing lanes to then ruin the second option for Tua. The lazy thing that everybody tells you is, they took away Tua's first option a lot, which they did. But watch the film. They took away the second option too a lot. And then that makes them hold on to the ball, and then that allows their 4-man rush to easily get there. And that's what the first couple of weeks, you couldn't get there with a base pass rush, and he was getting rid of it. And if you blitz him, then there were people open. But they did a magnificent job. Even on screens, they made sure when their pass rushers were coming off the edge to have your hands up. Super smart, well-trained. McDermott had the perfect plan, and McDaniel had no counter to it. And that sucks, because that's your second example in your second year that if you're in the middle of a playoff game and somebody figured you out, you did not have an answer. I did not like that, because he didn't have an answer for the Chargers. And then the following week, the Niners did the same thing, and you weren't prepared for it, and you didn't have a counter for it. And then this week, they ended up having a terrific game plan, and you still didn't have a counter for it in the middle of the game. That is on Mike McDaniel. Just got to be honest. So, again, there were a lot of problems in this game. A lot of problems. A lot of people got exposed. Fangio got exposed for not making adjustments. McDaniel got exposed for not making adjustments. The team got exposed because they can't win against the elite teams in this league. They're stuck in the middle, like I've said for many years, right? And I was hoping and I was buying and I was drinking and guzzling the Kool-Aid and saying, yeah, these guys are ready to turn the corner. And boy, was I wrong. It's the same old Dolphins. Can't turn the corner. And they were completely outcoached. I mean, McDaniel got schooled badly by McDermott. Watch that film. And again, I got to give those players a ton of credit. The Buffalo players were disciplined. They were well coached. The scheme was to a T. Magnificent, the game plan that was called. Absolutely magnificent. I'll get back to some Dolphins talk, too, in a couple minutes here. Let me move around a little bit here. I got to tell you about the you're not going to like what I'm going to tell you about the Heat organization, but I got to be honest, right? And we'll get into that. Let's get into a little music history. First of all, we love doing that. On today in Musica history, let's start off. Here we go with 1980 on this date. Bruce Springsteen and the E Street Band kicked off their River Tour in Ann Arbor, Michigan. Highlights of the show included the Boss forgetting the words to Born to Run and Bob Seger joining the band on Thunder Road. That's pretty good, bro. But then again, you are in Michigan, which is obviously a home for Bob Seger. It's a hell of a concert. Bruce Springsteen and Bob Seger. Holy shit, dude. In 1980, God, I'd give anything to see that concert. In 96, on this date, David Lee Roth was given the sack from Van Halen after rejoining the band in June. Roth later claimed that he was only welcomed back by the group as a publicity stunt for that year's MTV Video Music Awards. In 2011, a scientific study declared Queen's "We Are the Champions" as the catchiest song of all time. In 92, Shinehead O'Connor made a headline when she tore up the photo of Pope John Paul II on Saturday Night Live saying, "Fight the real enemy." She was banned from the show for the incident. Yeah, she got a lot of heat for that. And she just passed away. Rest in peace. In 2000, Green Day released their 6th album, Warning. That's what happened today in Musica history. Let's go with birthdays today on October 3rd. A$AP Rocky is 35. Gwen Stefani, those legs are amazing. She is 54. Nev Campbell, that scene, she is 50. Zoltan Ibrahimovic, that is, 42 years old, a soccer player. Let's see. Sofago, a rapper, is 22. I have no idea who he is. Tommy Lee, Motley Crue drummer, is 61. CJ Stroud. I love how he was talking after the win this week. That's a leader, bro. CJ Stroud is 22. Hopefully he'll have success. I like CJ Stroud. He's worth the gamble. Maybe it'll work out for them. Ashley Simpson, the pop singer, is 39. Young Manny, a rapper, is 20. I have no idea who he is. Kevin Richardson, pop singer, is 52. Backstreet Boys. Jessica Parker Kennedy, actress, is 39. Lindsey Buckingham, Fleetwood Mac, is 74 years old. Sean William Scott, the American Pie, what's his nickname? Oh, man.
Stifler.
There you go. Stifler is 47 years old today. God, I love his character. It's so funny. It's a good character to play. So there you go. Those are the birthdays today on October 3rd. Got some concert news for you too. Wednesday, you got Chicago at Hard Rock Live. Friday, you've got the Outlaw Music Festival in West Palm Beach. Willie Nelson, Government Mule, and others will be there. Saturday, comedian Ken Jeong is in town at the Hard Rock Live. And Sunday, I will be there with the wife and the daughter. We will be checking out Morrissey at the Hard Rock Live. So after the post game show for the Dolphins and the Giants, we will take off to Hard Rock and go check that out and have some fun. I did, as you see, I was in Las Vegas with Sean over the weekend. We went on Wednesday and got back on Monday morning. And I was very blessed, very lucky to be one of the few to go see. And by the way, I got to bring something up that Pat in Nashville brought up that he is, dude, like he nailed it. But I was very lucky to go to the Sphere in Las Vegas for opening night for U2. And it was fantastic. All right. Terrific set list. May not be the best set list I've ever watched from U2, but I've been to so many U2 concerts, but it was an excellent set list overall. And playing the Achtung Baby album in its entirety, fantastic. Okay. I saw this Achtung Baby tour in Lakeland, Florida. It opened up in the Lakeland Civic Center, which holds about 4,500 people, which was amazing to see them in such a small place. It was just awesome. That was one of my favorite concerts of all time, to see them in such a small venue. But point is, the show was awesome. The sound was fantastic. The effects were second to none. Okay. Is it the greatest U2 concert I've ever been to? No, it's not. It's not maybe even in the top 15 or 20, because I've been to better U2. In fact, some of the ones that I went to Madison Square Garden in the Innocence and whatever tour, or whatever that thing is called, I always get it mixed up. I would say a lot of those concerts were better than the one I saw, in Vegas. Now, here's where this concert is better than anything I've ever seen in my life. The Sphere has perfected audio quality of a concert. And anybody that witnessed it, you know what I'm talking about. I've never been to an arena. Obviously, stadiums and others, you're not going to ever get crystal clear sounds. That is just too much is bouncing around in stadiums. But arenas, even the LA Forum, okay, where the Lakers used to play, acoustically, one of the best places I've ever been to. Madison Square Garden, acoustically, man, one of the best places I've ever been to, okay? There is a place here in South Florida. We call it the Olympia Theater. It used to be called the Gusman back in the day. It is in downtown Miami. The sound is impeccable because it is a classic theater, okay? But this is perfect. So whatever band you're going to go see there, you are going to get the best sounding concert you have ever been to in your life. And then the other thing that they do that is absolutely magnificent that you can't really equal in any arena anywhere, this will be copied. There's no doubt that this is going to be copied. Why? Because if you're sitting way up at the top, you have an access to the entire screen. And the screen is right in your face. And so you don't have to necessarily be right in front of the artist in order to absorb everything. I am a concert snob, and I love being closer to the stage and to the band. I always feel like it's the better experience, and it is. in regular stadiums and arenas, the closer you are, the better experience you're going to have for a concert. That's not even up for a debate or discussion or anything. Okay. I know it as a fact because I've experienced it all. But I will tell you this. Whereas when you're in the back of an arena, the back of a stadium, the back of anything, you're going to lose a generation or two of sound. It's not going to sound as good if you're in an amphitheater or whatever, all these kind of things. Here, you don't lose any of the sound. Whether you're close or whether you're far, the sound is going to be impeccable where you're at. Are you going to be able to see the band and everything that they do on stage if you're at the top? No. But the videos of the cameras on them and all the everything that they put on the screens, you'll be able to see them singing and doing everything because you've got the video right in your face. Okay. Then the other thing that you don't want to do at that arena, at the Sphere, is you don't want to have the back end of the 100 section, because the back end of the 100 section will not give you access to the entire screen. So you will not see the entire bowl that is lit up and has all kinds of imaging. So you won't get the whole feel of the concert on the image side. So you want to actually, where I was sitting the 200 level, I think that's the ideal place to be at, to be quite honest, is in the 200 level, because you're kind of in the middle. You're not far from the stage. You can still see the stage and everybody. You'll see the entire screen, everything all the way to the top. The sound, of course, doesn't matter where you're at. The sound is going to be impeccable. I'm telling you. It is the kind of place that if you have a favorite band, okay, I don't care who it is, that's where you want to see them. Right? So if you're a Chainsmokers fan or a Nine Inch Nails or Metallica fan or Taylor Swift or Beyonce or whatever, you're going to want to see them there, because the sound is going to be the most perfect audio you have ever experienced in your life. Okay. Pat in Nashville had a great one. He went to both concerts. I only went to one. I had to go to the fight the next night. Obviously, I'm there to cover the Canelo and the Charlo fight, even though Charlo did not go to fight. The last three fights weren't good. They were all one-sided. After the Garcia fight, the rest of the night was weak. I'm not going to lie to you guys. I'm not going to create anything. But, yeah, what an experience, man. What an experience. So if you've got a favorite band singer, you're going to want to see Adele there. You're going to want to see John Legend there. You know what I'm saying? You are going to experience something you've never experienced before. So that's what I would tell you about the Sphere. Okay. Stifler with the handlebar mustache and old school is legend, bro. It is. It is. That's awesome. Also, 16K video with spatial audio. I will be there in December. Can't wait. You're going to love it, dude. You're going to love it. Now, Pat in Nashville had the line and the most insightful thing out of the experience of that concert. Okay? That place wasn't loaded with real U2 fans. Snoop Dogg is no U2 fan. Lars Ulrich is not a U2 fan. Jeff Bezos is not a U2 fan. They admire them, but probably listen to them or whatever, but they're not fans like Pat in Nashville and myself. They're not passionate fans. And that's the one thing that you didn't feel in that building. And only a U2 fan knows exactly what I'm talking about. I get it. This sounds like we're elitists or whatever, that you can't get it or whatever, but you can't. I'm sorry. I'm going to have to do it that way, But when you go to a real passionate U2 concert, the crowd is much more vocal, much more into it, much more into all the little details of everything. You could tell that we had a lot of phony people in the house that were there for the event. the rich people that were there for the event to say that they were there. But when I go in December, when I go December 8 and 9 to it, I can't wait because I'm going to have real U2 fans there with me on December 8 and 9. And I think that the vibe inside will be a lot better than what I experienced because I didn't realize it till Pat in Nashville told me. And it's because I was thinking about all the other stuff. And then when he told me the one thing is that it's not a real U2 crowd, I thought about it and I go, God damn, he's right. He's 1,000% right. Because a U2 crowd is different, man. We're singing 40 on the way out. Okay? And if you're not a U2 fan, you have no idea what I just said. You have zero clue about what I just said right now. Zero. You know why? If I tell Jeff Bezos we're singing 40 on the way out, he's going to go, huh? What? What's that? Hey, Snoop, we're singing 40 on the way out. You high? I got a 40 in my hand. I mean, you know what I'm saying? That's just the way it goes. So I got to say, Pat in Nashville, there he is. Because Matt Damon is definitely a U2 fan. I'll send you the video of him in front of us dancing. Okay, there you go. But most of those people weren't real U2 fans. And they were, people that had money, people that just wanted to be at the venue and be there, You see that a lot sometimes in the Heat, in the arena with the Heat. Some of those people just want to be seen, but they're not really like hardcore basketball fans, that kind of stuff. Big O, I know you're not a fan of rap. Yes, I am. Who told you that? I'm not a fan of new rap. Okay? I don't like mumbling rap. I don't like any of that, but I'm a Snoop guy. I'm a Run DMC. I like Lupe Fiasco, who's a modern day guy. I like Nas. I like really good rap. That's what I consider good rap. I don't like shitty rap. I don't like all these mumblers. I don't like any of these, what's that voice thing that they use? I don't like any of that shit. So I'm not a mumble rap guy, okay? And wimpy voices, too, don't do much for me. That's the other, like Lil Wayne, that voice is annoying, dude. Chuck D, that's a man's voice. LL Cool J. That's what sounds good. Snoop is smooth. That sounds good. Kendrick Lamar sounds good. By the way, Kendrick Lamar is in American the U2 song American whatever. Anyway, he does the thing at the end, but he's got a great voice. So I am not a fan of crap rap, which 95% of the rap nowadays, the new rap, is absolute garbage. But if you want me to listen to Queen Latifah or Missy Elliott or let me see, who am I thinking of now? Then I'm drawing a blank. I see her face now, and she's a classic rapper. Oh God, looking at her face now, and I have brain farted at this moment. But anyway, that I like good rap. I don't like crappy rap. And that's my problem with today's rap. Today's rap is, there's a lot of pop music I don't like either nowadays. So there you go. But can you please keep Crazy Bone from Bone Thugs and Harmony in prayers? Oh, I don't know what happened. I love Bone Thugs and Harmony. That's good music, bro. I didn't know what happened to him. Do you know, Sean? definitely in my prayers. Bone Thugs and Harmony. That's good music, dude. That's good rap. That's not bad rap. Anyway. Glad rap is also good. I agree with EJ. Eminem is, come on, dude. Awesome. Yes.
He has a bleeding artery in his lung.
Ooh, damn.
He's having some health issues, but so I'm trying to find out now. It says that they posted a positive update on his condition, a family member amid health issues.
Oh man, I hope he's getting better, man. Let's see. Fans on night 2 are much better. Still too many sitting down in the 100 level, 200 level people have an excuse. That's a steep angle, ain't easy to stand in. I got to sit the concert because everybody around me was sitting. Like I said, it would just I've never sat for a U2 concert in my life. But I wasn't gonna stand, and the people in front of me weren't standing, and so I can't screw the people behind me. So I actually sat for the entire concert. I might have stood maybe 10 minutes, and that was at the beginning of the concert, and then everybody sat down. And I was like, all right. I thought I was going to stand. I had a guy next to me who had a bad knee. He's a big U2 fan, the guy sitting next to me. And he was like, man, we were standing, and then some guy behind us goes, hey, you guys going to stand the whole time? And we both turned around, and he looked at him and said, sir, yes. And I looked at him and said, it's a rock concert, bro. I told him just like that, and I go, everybody's standing, I'm standing. And then they sat down. And so I sat down. So the guy behind me, who clearly is a sap, he got lucky. Because he was going to be pissed because my fat ass was going to stand the entire time. Because I stand for all U2 concerts. But I did not have to stand for this concert. Everybody sat down. December 8 and 9, we'll see if that happens again. Big O, Jimmy Butler's Halloween costume from yesterday. How many people rocking? That's when you go cold turkey. Oh, let's get into the heat. I need to get this off my chest when we talk about the heat, okay? I saw what happened yesterday with Jimmy Butler and his Jermaine Stewart look, okay? And for those of you that are too young, I hate Jermaine Stewart, by the way, when I was a kid. When I was an older teenager, obviously, Jermaine Stewart came out with a song, a ridiculous take that said, we don't have to take our clothes off to have a good time. Okay. He was spreading stuff that was just irresponsible. Okay. Because when you take your clothes off, that's when you are having a good time. Okay. I was not about that in the 80s, that Jermaine Stewart's trying to, prop up like having fun with your clothes on. No. And I'm telling you, he looks exactly like Jermaine Stewart. All right. It was funny. If it was meant to be funny, if it's not, it's still funny. But the funniest part of this all is that this is what you're talking about, not the failures of the Miami Heat. You know what I mean? And I get, what do you mean failure? They've gone to the Eastern Conference Finals 3 times out of the last 4 years. The finals, yes, they have overachieved. Eric Spoelstra is the best coach in the NBA, and that's, in my eyes, not even a discussion. Okay? I think Eric Spoelstra is amazing, dude. He really is. I think he's the best coach in the NBA, period. Better than Pops, the best. Okay? So that's why you have overachieved. And as I've said, I've been pretty consistent about this lately. Eric Spoelstra has bailed out Pat Riley lately. And you could talk about, Jimmy Butler looking like Jermaine Stewart. You can like his look. You can hate his look. You can whatever you want to get into political aspects of it, because I know that's what's happening right now. You know what I mean? You have some people that are mighty insulted by Jimmy Butler's look or whatever. I don't really give a shit about it, to be quite honest. Do you know why? It's a distraction from the real failure. Okay? The real failure is that Pat Riley can no longer recruit whales anymore. That's the real failure. I love Pat to death. He can write his own ticket. He can leave whenever he wants. I'm supporting Pat till death do we part. Okay? I'm a Pat Riley guy through and through. So he can leave whenever he wants to leave. But I will admit this. He has not been able to recruit anyone since Shaquille O'Neal. Okay? Dwayne Wade brought Bosch and LeBron. Dwayne Wade brought Jimmy Butler. Well, what has Pat done, bro? What whale has he brought in? And he has had 5 years to find a whale to team up with Jimmy Butler. And he has failed for 5 straight years to get that whale. And please don't tell me Kyle Lowry, because I told you from the second they traded him that was a dog shit trade. It was a terrible trade by Pat Riley. And I love Pat Riley to death. I'm not firing Pat Riley. I don't want him to go anywhere, but because he has earned this right. But I will tell you this. I have pretty much no hope anymore for Pat Riley to be able to recruit whales. I don't believe he can do it anymore because the proof is there. It's been all Dwayne Wade. And you could not get 4 more years out of Jimmy Butler that no one, not Popovich, no one does better than what Eric Spoelstra has done in 4 years. No one. No one wins a title with these guys, and no one, not including Popovich, would ever get to 3 conference finals and 2 NBA finals with this group the last 4 years like Eric Spoelstra did. Eric Spoelstra is the best in the business, but Pat Riley is not. And Jimmy Butler, people fed me all kinds of bullshit 5 years ago. Oh, no, Jimmy Butler won't have a problem recruiting another star. Well, guess what? Jimmy Butler can't recruit another star. No one is willing to come to play with Jimmy Butler. So Jimmy Butler can't convince anybody to come here. Pat Riley can't convince anybody to come here, and they can't make a move anymore. Now, you're going to have another great season because you have the best coach in the NBA. You have enough talent to make noise. They will overachieve like they always do. Would we be surprised if Jovic or Jaquez contribute more? No. Would we be shocked if Duncan improves even more than he did last year? No. Would we be surprised if Highsmith becomes a better player? No. Would we be surprised? I get it. From within, Eric Spoelstra will do his best because he is the best. But when it comes to the front office and ownership, I am not convinced anymore. No, I'm sorry. I am now convinced that the Arison family will not be anything like the Moss family, will not be anything like Stephen Ross, where they will spend and they don't care. They are frugal. They will be very deliberate about how they spend. And it'll only be in particular situations. They are not willing to take any kind of chances or risks. They are not going to gamble on an Higuain. They are not going to sign a Russian goaltender to a $70 million contract. What you see from Doug Sifu, what you see from Vinny Viola, you will never see from Mickey Arison and his family ever. What you see from Stephen Ross, you will never see from the Arison family. What you see from the Moss family, you will never see from the Arison family. They will not go out and go crazy and spend. They will not take chances. They will be very deliberate and only take calculated chances. And that's it. And if they are not calculated chances, they will not be rolling the dice. They will not. It will not happen. And it's been proven over and over and over again. Lately, they penny pinch more than they're actually thinking about championships. And Pat Riley, unfortunately, can no longer recruit. It's been 2004 or 5. Was it Shaq when they brought him in? Was 04 or 05, Sean? I'm not sure. I want to say it was 04 because 05 they lost, and then 06 they won, right? Isn't it like that? I want to say. Either way, it's been 20 years since he brought a whale here. 20 years. It's over. It's over. Okay? If Eric Spoelstra does not create miracles in the kitchen, it will not happen for the Miami Heat anymore. Yes, sir, Sean.
July 14th, 2004.
Okay. Since July of 2004, Pat Riley, it's approaching 20 years now. He has not been able to recruit a whale anymore without the help of Dwayne Wade. So you could talk about Jimmy Butler's haircut. You can talk about Jimmy Butler all you want. It is, and you can talk about all this stuff. Nobody is talking about the real issues going on with the Miami Heat, unfortunately. They're still better than most. They're still a great organization overall. They're still going to win games, but they are no longer committed to greatness. They no longer can achieve greatness because they don't have the tools to do it anymore. They don't have aggressive ownership. They don't have a general manager that can, or president that can no longer recruit whales, and they don't have what they need to assist the best coach in the NBA to get that championship. He'll do the best he can with what you give him, but you're not giving him enough. And he overachieves every year with what you give him. The Heat never, ever play to their abilities. They always overachieve and play above their talent. And that's because of Eric Spoelstra. Eric Spoelstra is the only thing elite in that organization nowadays. Pat Riley is no longer elite in the front office, and Mickey Arison is no longer elite as an owner. He has nothing on Jorge Mas. He has nothing on Vinny Viola, and he has nothing on Stephen Ross. I see crazy, unrelentless commitment from those three men. I do not see that from the Arison family. It is no longer crazy, unrelentless commitment to trying to win. It is all deliberate. It is all the kind of approach to, are we making money? Are we not taking any kind of crazy risks? And so if you want to play frugal and you want to play safe, then you're not getting anywhere. If your president can no longer recruit whales, you're not getting anywhere. Okay? But you'll be relevant as long as you've got that guy creating miracles. And that is Eric Spoelstra. The only thing that's left elite on the Miami Heat. Only thing. And I'm talking about ownership. I'm talking about president. And I'm talking about head coach. I'm not talking about any of the players. The only thing left elite out of those three is Eric Spoelstra. The performance by Pat Riley is not elite anymore. He can't bring the elite anymore without Dwayne Wade's help. That doesn't count. No other team is helped by a former player or current player like Miami has for the last whatever years now with Dwayne Wade. And maybe Pat Riley only got Shaq because Shaq saw that it was Dwayne Wade and he goes, yeah, I'll go there. But I'll give Shaq to Riley. Okay? But I can't give him anything else because it was all Dwayne Wade. So you can go ahead, Talk all you want about his haircut. Talk anything you want. And everybody wants to dodge the real problems, the real reasons why the Miami Heat cannot win a championship. Those are the real reasons. Nobody's willing to say it because I'm the only one that usually has the balls to say these kind of things. You know what I mean? And I love Riley. I'm not saying it, but I'm just telling Pat, I love you, brother, but you can no longer recruit the big guys anymore. Can't, sorry. I got to call it like I see it. That's what I do here on this show. I did the same thing with Dale Talent. Nobody had the balls. Nobody in the Panther organization, none of the beat writers, nobody on the flagship station, nobody. Everybody was terrified. And I was the only guy that had the balls, and I put him right on the fucking table, and I said, you got to fire Dale Talent. He hasn't done shit here. He hasn't done shit here for 10 years. Get rid of his ass. He's overrated. Hey, we all get there. We all get there. It happens. You can't do the job you used to do at the level you used to do it. And you got to move on. And I don't care if you're Don Shula. I don't care who you are, Chuck Noll. I don't care who you are. You lose it at one point. Is what it is. And it just seems like Pat Riley does not have a fastball and has not had a fastball in 20 years. But nobody's willing to admit it anymore. Nobody's willing to say it. Love Riles to death. Write your ticket, man. You can leave whenever you want. You've done more than enough for this franchise. But unfortunately, you're not getting the job done. And the Arison family, if you're really going to take this approach, you're better off selling the team. Let's be honest. If we're going to take the frugal approach, if we're not going to be aggressive, if we're not willing to lose money, then you're not willing to win. You know what I mean? So I'd rather you take chances because you're a billionaire. But as I've said this before, penny pinching billionaires, not a good look, bro. Not a good look. And I'd rip Stephen Ross, and I'd rip Viola and Sifu, and I definitely would rip, who's the other one? Oh, the Moss family. If they were penny pinching. I don't see any penny pinching. I see a relentless commitment to winning. Okay? And the Moss family has made a shit ton of mistakes the first couple of years. But it didn't stop them from learning and then getting better until they get it right. And that's what they're in the process of because they bought a new business. And Viola and Sifu, they've made their mistakes too. But there's a crazy commitment to winning, right? Bob was not a good signing when it's all said and done. But you got to admire that they went after it. Because at that moment, they thought they were a goaltender. We all thought, you get that goalie, yeah, they could get over the top. It didn't happen. We're all wrong. But damn, you admire the shit out of that, don't you? They go and trade for a couple guys, 2 years ago that they knew that they were going to lose them probably at the end of the year, and they still made the moves to try to get over the top. And they continue to make moves now. They went and got Tkachuk last year. So 2 years ago, they make some moves. Even though they're going to lose guys, last year they make the Tkachuk move. That is a crazy level of commitment. That's what I love out of Ross. That's what I love out of the Moss family. That's what I love out of Viola and Sifu. I don't see it with Mickey Arison. I don't see it. I don't see it. Sorry. Too much penny pinching, too much worried about this. The Mike Miller stuff, even though Mike Miller was toast, so you're worried about a couple bucks and then you just piss off LeBron for the hell of it. Even though LeBron's an idiot for all that kind of stuff, but dude, if you want to keep him, you got to have a crazy commitment to it. So you were so cheap that you were worried about the Mike Miller thing instead of taking care of your players. And if it was going to piss off your most important player, why do it? Because you're cheap. You're a cheap billionaire? Not a good look. So keep talking about Jimmy Butler's haircut. You go ahead. That's exactly what they want you to do. You know, same thing in politics. They want to keep you in these culture wars. The Democrats and the Republicans keep you in these culture wars. Meanwhile, they're destroying our economy. Both of them. Both of them. But no, go ahead. You go ahead and fight your culture wars. Yeah. That's what they want. Keep the little cat busy with the little toy while you sneak the fish into the house. Yeah, keep it busy with the little toy. Stay stupid, America. That's how they want you. Stay stupid. So, keep talking about Jimmy Butler's haircut. That's exactly what they want you to do. Don't focus on the real problem. Pat has lost a fastball. Yes, he has. He has. Sorry. He can't bring a whale. So if you can't bring a whale for 20 years, you lost it. 20 years, bro. Everything else is done by Dwayne Wade. 20 years. Got to do better, man. Got to do better. Big O, your camera's freezing. Can't help you, bro. What do you want me to do? Okay. Turn up the heat there, Sean, so it thaws out since it's freezing. Even the Commanders held Buffalo to 16 points until the beginning of the fourth quarter. Well, no. Well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. Do you know anything about Washington's defense? Just out of curiosity. If we're going to talk football now, do you know anything about Washington's defense? Okay. Because if you don't, I think you need to go get educated. Right? Washington's defense is much better than Miami's. It's not even close. Washington's front seven. It's insulting to mention the Miami Dolphins next to Washington's front seven. Let's just put it that way. Okay? Just like that. They have one guy that I'll take over all of their guys on their D-line. Just one guy from Alabama. I'll take that one guy that they've got from Alabama over everyone on the Dolphin defensive line. Okay? Yeah, no comparison, bro. Commanders have a much better defense than Miami. Yeah. Amen, Big O. George Carlin wants the oligarchs want to keep us fighting with each other while they keep stealing from us and running to the bank. Exactly. That's what they do. But you go ahead and fall for Biden and Trump, and you keep being dumb and following those two idiots. And they'll keep screwing us as Americans. But that's all right. It's all good. It's all good. Nowadays, we have the dumbest set of voters in the history of mankind. Dumbest set of voters on both sides. Although I'll give the Republicans, I think they're slightly dumber because they've been gifted this presidency. All they have to do is pick somebody that isn't Trump and they win. And they're probably going to pick Trump and lose. So I can't help people that aren't smart, but what are you going to do? It is what it is. Keep you stupid. That's what the heat is keeping you stupid, and the government keeps you stupid. I still think this team is very different. They will turn it up. McDaniel will learn from it, and Fangio will kick it up. Last game will show against Buffalo. Yeah, Jim, that sounds really nice, and that sounds like you're trying to convince yourself. But if you can't beat Kansas City and you can't beat Philadelphia, and beating Buffalo once doesn't do anything for me, Jim. This is what I've been talking about. I need to see several wins against great teams. It's not one win every blue moon. Can't be. Sorry. That's not the Dolphins team I want. It's the same team we've had here for 20 something years. Stuck in the middle. Stuck in the middle again. When sports and business collide, we love doing something called the KSDT CPA, Sports Business Report. Monday Night Football cashed in big, baby. The 23-20 win by the Chiefs in Week 4 had huge ratings. Why? Well, it drew an audience of 27 million viewers, up 22% from the same week of 2022. And at its peak from 9:30 to 9:45, it had 29.4 million viewers. NBC claims the audience also included 2 million more women. Compared to an average of the first 3 weeks on Sunday Night Football, the biggest demographic gains were girls, 12 to 17, 53%, women 18 to 24, 24%, and older women than 35, 34%. The game was the most watched Sunday night program since Super Bowl 56. Or was it? Yes, which had in February, which now boasts the 2 most watched NFL games on NBC, which now goes to the kickoff between the Chiefs facing the Detroit Lions. That game averaged 27.5 million viewers. Taylor Swift bringing ratings to an absolute skyrocketing rate. You know, this is huge for the NFL because on those games, you are going to see more female products it's not just about, penis pills and dog food and hardware, a saw or whatever, regular men commercials that you see in football games all throughout. On the nights of Kansas City games that they know Taylor Swift, all right, they can actually go and put a Barbie commercial on or a cooking commercial or something that's female related, clothing or whatever, because, hey, this is a Taylor Swift game. And look at our numbers for young women and teenagers and older women and all that kind of stuff. So if there's any drugs that are important for women or anything like so that's another level of revenue that they can go for because of Taylor Swift. The power of that woman. Jesus Christ, dude. Taylor Swift and Beyonce can move mountains. Jesus, those two women are powerful, man. Everything they touch is gold. They're following the Beehive and the Swifties. Oh, my God. These people are freaks. They are hardcore as hardcore gets. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
Pat, advertisers will always follow eyeballs. All right, we got any super chats in there? Let's what do we got? Because I know a couple came in. Let's catch up to those super chats. Remember, you can make a donation through Cash App or Venmo at Cash Big O Show. That is Cash Big O Show. Always appreciate the donations through Cash App or Venmo, because we get 100% of the donations through Cash App or Venmo. On Super Chat, we get 70. Zachman Z, thank you, sir, for the love in the Super Chat. Very kind of you. Next up, it is... That's it? I thought Frankie sent in a couple. Victory Cigar for it. No. I thought he sent it. I thought I saw him send in another one or something. Oh, no? I was wrong?
Unless it didn't tally. I don't know. Those are the last two I have.
Okay. All right. All right. Oh, maybe it was just a comment. That's right. I just read a comment of him that you were just mad that the guy switched over. That's what it was. That's what it was. This is the thing. If you call the Dolphins frauds, then you're calling Greer and Tua fraud too. That's where I don't agree with saying that. Well, unfortunately, the teams are fraud, Frankie. That's all. Under Jimmy Johnson, they were frauds. And Dan Marino played with them. And so did Jason Taylor. And under Dave Wanstead, they were frauds. And so did Jason Taylor. And so did Zach Thomas. And so did Sam Madison and Pat Surtain. And two of those guys are Hall of Famers. But the teams they played on were fraudulent. You're not compartmentalizing the situation, Frankie. Okay? All right? I'm not saying specifically X is a fraud. X is a hell of a player, but he plays on a team that's a fraud. That's all. Jason Taylor's a hell of a player, but his teams were complete frauds. They never showed up in the playoffs. Can't help you, man. I can't do anything about that. Dave Wanstead's teams had a hell of a defense. Complete frauds. They could never overcome. They could never win anything significant. So, Frankie, you got to let it go, my brother. The Dolphins organization right now is fraudulent until proven otherwise. It's not that Chris Greer's done a bad job. He's done an excellent job overall. They've got talent. They've got a lot of good. I love Javon Holland. Played like shit this weekend, but I love Javon Holland. I think he's a hell of a player, but he's on a fraudulent team right now. For many years, the Bears were frauds under Walter Payton. And Walter, you're too young for this, but Walter was a dominant force. It didn't matter if Vince Evans or what was the other shitty quarterback that they would have during that era. But anyway, it didn't matter who the shitty quarterbacks were. He was a stud, but that team was fraudulent because you were never going to win with Bob Avellini or Vince Evans as quarterbacks. I don't know how it came to mind, Bob Avellini. But anyway, it's just, it is what it is. There's a lot of great players on fraudulent teams, but you're a fraudulent team. So that's it. I love Tua. I think he's one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. But he's on a fraudulent team. So until McDaniel can out-scheme his opponents, until he can teach his players how to win and win big games, until Vic Fangio can turn around this defense so it can actually show up in big games, they're frauds. They're all frauds. I love Sam Madison. I love Pat Surtain. I love Tim Bowens. I love Zach Thomas. I love Jason Taylor. All their teams were frauds. It's not that they didn't do their job. It's just overall the team was a fraud. So you needed that defense to limit everybody to 10 points because your offense couldn't get past 20. Fraudulent team because it's about the team, not about the individuals. So until as a team collectively, you start actually think about this. Think about this. The Florida Panthers last year accomplished more than the Miami Dolphins have in 40 years. Okay? Well, 84 was the last Super Bowl, right? So we're about to hit the 40-year mark of that appearance in the Super Bowl. Frauds, dude. Frauds. And the faster you accept it, I'm talking about the players, the faster you will then erase it and become legit, if you can become legit. But if you're going to wear an emoji shirt and play like that, you're a fraud, bro. You're a fraud. Pretty simple. You can't wear an emoji shirt and get your ass handed to you 48-20. No. Doesn't fly like that. So, yeah. It's just some stuff that people may not want to admit to themselves. But unfortunately, this is the situation that they're in now. Frankie with a super chat. He says, yeah, Shauna Hader, AEW. There you go. Big O, since you're the Dolphin priest, who's the Judas of the Dolphins? Jimmy Johnson would be my Judas. He left us Dave Wanstead. Plus, he never got anything done. He left us the guy that would then let the defense get old. I still think this team is very different. We'll find out. We shall find out. He is going to figure out what scheme works with the personnel he has because he's been doing it so far. What he's been doing so far isn't working. Well, he better fix it, R-Rod. He better fix it. Who cares? Is soccer the matter? Who's playing? I would rather watch golf. Why is he saying that? We weren't even talking soccer. I don't get that. Big O, it's only year 2. Give it time. Yeah, I don't have time. You give it time. I don't have time. You've played the Bills 4 times and won once. I don't have time for that. So, and it doesn't look like you're gonna beat them at the end of the year if you keep playing like this. So you want to have time, you go ahead. I don't have any time for that. Your defensive coordinator is getting paid $4.5 million for what? To not make a change with X? I mean, I can pay you guys $5, and you would have easily said, "Hey, I'm gonna put X on Stephon Diggs." And you know what? Anybody out there that tells me, because I've gotten these DMs, well, maybe they think X is lost and he doesn't. Well, then let's find out. But you want to at least go down with your best. Don't tell me, Caterco, who's your best right now. Let's find out if X can do it or not. Okay? Because I got a feeling that X at least would have won a couple of those battles, not lost all of them. I get it. Diggs can beat anybody in the league. But I'd rather go down in flames with my best. That's just me. EJ Barro says, oh, did you watch the FTX fiasco on 60 minutos? Oh, 60 minutes. I have not seen it yet, but I've kind of lived it already. So he's part of all these crashes. I'm sure he had to do something with Three Arrows Capital, with Luna, with so many things that have gone down lately. I mean, there was a report that he was trying to give $5 billion to Trump for Trump not to run or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what it was, but whatever, because he donated to the Republicans and the Democrats. He was the second biggest donor, or the biggest donor to Biden's campaign, but then he also donated to the Republicans too. This was such a dirty situation. I haven't seen it yet, but I eventually will get to it. Yeah. Pisses me off because as a crypto guy, it set crypto back. It sent a lot of misinformation out to people. And since most people aren't educated in crypto, it keeps them uneducated because they're lazy. And then, crypto's full of corruption, like these idiots tell you in the government, because that's what Yellen and Biden and all these people want you to believe. And there isn't, actually. It's the exchanges and things like that. It's the DeFi platforms. That's where the corruption's not part of Cardano. The corruption's not going on with Cosmos or Bitcoin or Ethereum or Avalanche or many other quality companies that are there. It's the banks, it's the investment firms that are the equivalent to crypto. But since people don't know anything about crypto and they hear some idiot say it, they just repeat it over and over again. So it's just about misinformation that's out there, And that's the sad part about this FTX stuff, that it created a black eye for a business that is going to be the main avenue for all of us to kind of just survive in our daily lives. You will be using crypto and the blockchain and Web3 for the rest of your life. And it's coming, whether you like it or not. Honda, by the way, today just added Bitcoin and Ethereum as payments. You know, they want to tell you one thing, but they're completely doing something on the back end. JP Morgan will tell you everything bad about crypto and tell you, where Chase banks aren't going to handle crypto and this and that because there's fraud. And then there's JP Morgan in Europe scooping up Bitcoin and buying it by the millions. They keep you stupid is what they do. They love to keep you stupid. That's what they like to do. But whatever. So, you know. Big O, let's go Florida Marlins. Are you going to stream any post coverage this year, the Phillies? No, I'm not streaming anything Marlins wise. I'm not going to do any shows after the Marlins or anything. I wish them the best and we'll talk about it, and it's great, but you know, the Marlins are like the Dolphins. Yeah, see, they've made the playoffs before, right? And they've won the World Series, but I don't think that's going to happen here. And I give them a ton of credit for making the playoffs, okay? But do I believe that this is a long-term thing, that they're committed to salaries and bringing more stars over and keeping a core together? Not at all. And just like if the Dolphins beat the Eagles, it won't mean much to me until you start beating Kansas City and Buffalo. Then I can start saying, okay, wait a minute. Now they're beating the good teams on a consistent basis. So let's see if next year you bring back your team and maybe add something to it and you're willing to add more to payroll. And then let's see if you can make the playoffs again. And then I can start to be convinced that you're actually committed to winning and making the playoffs on a consistent basis, or more often than not. You know what I mean? So this first trip for them, it's nice, but it kind of seems like a novelty. Kind of seems like things went your way, and that's why you're here. So I'm going to need more proof that you actually are trying to win and you're legitimately committed to being a great team. Then I'll believe you. Then I will sell out. You know what I should have done with the Dolphins this past week that I do with the Marlins constantly? Same thing, except I was stupid and I fell for the banana in the tailpipe with the Dolphins. So, yeah. Prove to me that you aren't fraudulent. And then I can believe. All right, we thank Cameron Wolfe, Seth and Dean, Manny Navarro, as always. We thank Sean Stanley, the man, the myth, the legend that masters this entire platform every single day. Thank you all out there. Visit our sponsors. Watch as much as you can of the platform. We need view hours, so watch. Even if you got to walk away, let it play. That's what we say on this platform. We will see you all tomorrow, same time, same place, same bat channel. Have a great one.